Hey everybody, Happy New Year. I didn't find any Happy New Year. I didn't find any Happy New Year items. So just Happy New Year. Just so you know, the count at the end of the year is 16,914,000. Today it looked like somebody dumped 100,000 shares. I don't know if it's somebody from our group, but somebody sold 50,000 and then 50,000. The spread was kind of close together, but I think it was a real sale rather than just hitting the bid, but I don't know. You always have to ask, why do the sellers always want the lowest possible price? And I don't know the answer to it anymore. There's so many of you who believe that the price reflects where it should be, and it tells you all that you need to know. And, you know, that's until you understand that the markets have morphed into a slaughterhouse, you're going to continue believing that there's some sort of fairness in this price. I can't fight it. I can't fight it. Railtown, I continue to believe, is the way out of this hell that we've been in since we listened to Ham 3-4 years ago. I'm not blaming Ham, just saying Ham has the thesis, and I can't remember the knight's name. You know, some people have a thesis, some people have a windmill, and you tilt at both of them, nothing changes. For the entire time that I brought this stock to you, at the beginning, Tony the Tiger trashed it, made fun of me without knowing anything. Now he's saying something different. Follow him if you want to. That guy, obviously on your side, does incredible due diligence, and his instincts about prices are much better than mine. But for the entire time that I've strongly recommended Railtown as a strategy, there's been no buying. Now you're going to say, well, that doesn't make sense. If the story's so good, where are that you'd have buying? Well, maybe. But you'd probably say that if Canadians wanted to be safe, they'd buy guns and lock their doors. It's a different culture. and some people follow the rules, and they don't want to go to jail. And they honor their signature, and they keep their word. They do what they say they're going to do. So there have been no buyers that understand the story. There's been constant selling, even today. You've got 59,500 shares for sale. Constantly 50,000 shares for sale. They never run out, ever run out of shares for sale. And you guys still think the stock's telling you something. Well, fine. I just don't want to fight it anymore. It actually bores me. There's nothing that interests me about it. The debate doesn't interest me. The argument doesn't interest me. The back and forth with shills doesn't interest me. Smart people believing that the stock price is telling them something doesn't interest me. People that used to trade on Wall Street telling you the stock price is saying all you need to know doesn't hold a scintilla of fascination for me. I don't care anymore. I really don't care. Now, if you want to make money, I care about that. But if you want to get buried in that this is telling you something, I'll leave you to it. I'll leave you to it. I'm sorry about that. I think my Verizon is out. I might have a little more of a grace period. Once I go through your messages, I'll go and check. Until then, I'm sorry for the fade outs. The bid right now is 26.7. The ask is 27. There's 59.5 for sale. Obviously, somebody just needs to get out, constantly needs to sell. If you believe that's real, believe it. I don't care anymore. It's 260,000 shares. Last trade, 214 shares. But there's somebody trying to sell 59,000 shares. Guys, the markets are completely corrupt. But if you believe they're fair, do you believe that the stock price reflects all the news that's out there? It reflects that the CEO is awful. The guys at AIP are great. The guys at Railtown are awful. You know, they've fallen behind on their technology. Some guy that manipulates stocks for a living tells you that they don't know what they're doing. Fine, I can't fight the lack of logic there. 260,000 shares. I'd say at least 100,000 are real, maybe 110. Maybe half of this today is real. On the other hand, maybe it isn't. Maybe those 250,000 share trades were not real. If somebody did dump 50,000 at 26.5 and then another 50,000 at 26.5, probably for tax loss reasons, probably I'm out of it. It's been a year. I want to go trade GDC. I want to go trade G-Bucks. I want to go trade these other genius ideas. Well, one thing on the bullish thing to notice is the market absorbed 100,000 shares like there was a buyer, so the last trade's 214,000 shares. Last price 214 shares. No, 1,000. 214 shares is the last trade. 26.7. Of course, there's always going to be something for sale. Um, Now, why do I like the stock? I asked that of myself. It's been a very expensive stock to like. Um, it's clear that my information wasn't any good. It was premature. It was overly hyped, and I was wrong. Uh, so, should I give up on the stock at its lows? Well, Tony the Tiger is telling you it's finally at a buying price. Yeah. Well, when it was at last at this price, he ridiculed it and ridiculed me. So, which Tony? I guess there's two tigers in that tank. But if you like Tony's due diligence, um, maybe it's a good time for you to buy it. He just had a chat with the CEO, and coming out of it, he still likes his own due diligence, and there's where you can stay up to date. I'm really disinterested in ever talking to the company again. Anybody that talks to Tony and gives him the attention that I think you guys deserved, but they give it to him, that's really bad judgment. Now, maybe it was bad advice. Maybe somebody close to the company told him to talk to the tiger. But it's hard for me to take a company seriously that the CEO would dedicate a couple of hours to Tony the Tiger. It really is hard for me to take that CEO seriously. So I'm going to suggest to you, if you want to stay in touch with Railtown, stay in touch with Tony the Tiger. I really don't care to talk to the company anymore. And the people that give me information, the information isn't that good. So there, I got the negativity out of the way. You, as an investor in Railtown, have two, maybe 3 points of view. One point of view can be, hey, I'm just buying it part of a diversified portfolio of crappy stocks. And, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I think that's an insane and a stupid way to invest. I think you should get away from all of these stocks under $5 in the American markets. You've got to understand, but you don't. You will not listen to me. CEOs won't listen to me. Smart people won't listen to me. People still look at the stock price and say it's telling you something. Well, Tony knew it was going to go down. Of course he did. Of course he did. What, do you wonder why he knows that there's going to be constant selling pressure? I don't wonder, but I guess, and it's not just about him. The whole setup's against you. The whole setup's against you. It's gotten to the point for me that even friends, people I consider friends, I don't trust them anymore. They start mouthing the negative, the what do you call it? The basher's point of view, as if it's truthful. And you got to start wondering, who the hell are you working for? Nobody. You can't trust anybody down in this space. Nobody. And I don't want to be involved anymore. And I'm this close to just saying, screw it. I'm not going to follow this stock. Now, the risks of these low price stocks are There's no uptick rule. What's the uptick rule? Well, if you were going to sell a stock short, you used to have to wait till the stock traded up. Then you could do it. They got rid of that rule. They moved into southern Lebanon. You used to have to borrow stock in writing before you sold anything. They got rid of that rule. They moved slightly into the West Bank. You used to have trading desks. They switched it to high frequency trading, algorithmic computer cell programs. They committed genocide in Gaza Strip. Always incremental, always while people are looking the other way. Always, always, always looking the other way. Hey, we didn't start it. We found a loophole. The attorneys say it's okay. Oh, hey, we're the good guy. Just do it, making a living. If you want to believe all that, believe it. I don't care anymore. I really don't care anymore. I'm sick of fighting it. That's a wasted life. Fighting what you know's there because idiots won't see what's right in front of their eyes. And it might just be emotional idiots. I don't know. It used to be that before an order was taken, you had to know your customer. Well, they just went into Syria. It used to be that if you didn't deliver your shares, you were bought in. Well, they start moving the shares around. Well, then they're launching attacks on Iran. But always moving the agenda forward, 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 always. From the rooms in London where a bunch of atheists decide that we've got to create Zion in the British Empire, to getting a small foothold through tanks and jeeps and destruction and slaughter and taking it over and then winning the hearts of people in the liberal democracies and the UN and getting a defined rule. But then breaking that, pushing that. Ever pushing. Why? Because the real goal is much greater. In fact, it is called greater. That's all this is. It's the same exact methodology. Lie, but always do it in a way that it's honest. Break the rules, but have the best attorneys, and then confuse everybody and wait it out. Just keep pushing it, pushing it, pushing it, pushing it. People get bored. They don't want to fight. And that's where you are in these markets. This small group of men have you convinced that the markets are somehow fair. They're not. But I have people tell me to this day, the stock price is where it should be. What the hell does that mean? What the hell? Railtown should be a private company. But even the CEO talks to the shorts. This idea of believing there's goodness out there, that's how they get us. Because nobody wants to be the bad guy or the bad girl, calling it for what it is. So why should you be in Railtown if the price is always wrong? Well, I really think, let me just finish on what they do with these algorithmic sell programs. The price doesn't matter. They know down is the path of least resistance. Because you, me, we run out of money to buy. So they just keep the pressure, walk it down. Unwittingly, not intentionally, my belief in this stock helps the criminals because it gave them real money to steal. And, Brandon's friend put a stop loss order in at 25. They stole that money from him. Some of you might be getting out at the end of the year. They're stealing that money from you. And then you're going to blame it. Well, I mean, obviously the person to blame is me, and that's fine. I don't care about that either. But you'll go, oh, I never should have gotten into an over-the-counter stock. That's a lie too. It's all a big lie. And you participate in it. And it's boring. It's just boring. I think that's what offends me the most, is how boring it is. They can make money on the way up too. They trade in ranges. They trade using Fibonacci or whatever thing they can put in the computers. They'll suck you in to buy and then sell it down. They'll do it daily. It's all a lie. And then some of you judge me on it. I can't beat it. I mean, all of a sudden, Tony Two-Tone the Tiger, he artificially puts a period of judgment on my recommendation. It was never his. And until later, I guess. Until he befriended the company. There's no way the CEO should be talking to that guy. Of course, maybe the guy's as pure as the driven snow. I don't know. I didn't say that this is a stock to hold to the end of the year. I never said this is a stock you should judge me by in October, in November. I never said this stock is the one you should not only take my opinion of it, which is a much bigger picture. You should truncate my opinion into October, November deadline and then get pissed off at me. I never said that. But Tony, I guess, wants you to believe that I somehow said this is the stock that would be up this year. Now, I did give projections of where I thought it could be that in retrospect, not only were wrong, they look ridiculous. But it's backwards. I'm not a day trader. I'm not calling where the stock's going to go based on what a chart says. And this gets to why I think you should own Railtown. I didn't expect to be this worn out today. I just walked down to my old office And it felt good to be in there. Man, it's nice. They have the money. When I started, things were never that nice. They really have the money. But that made me feel briefly professional again. This isn't professional. All this crap. You get on a conference call and listen breathlessly to a story that a stock's going to go to 3,000. That's not professional. What I've tried to do here is tell you what I think Railtown could be worth, what I think it is worth. But that doesn't stop the criminals from what they're doing. And anger comes in. Oh my God, the anger. Buy the stock at 38 cents and it's 27 cents. At least it's not zero. At least it's not buying a bunch of call options because the stock's going to go to 3,000 and then they expire worthless. It's not as if you can take a recommendation from somebody and all of a sudden all the criminal activity that took 20 years, 30 years, what's going on in the Middle East has taken 80 years. Always incremental. Never change your goal. Never change your drive. That's what's happening here. 30 years of this shite. And it doesn't go away. Just because you have a good stock, a good story, that destruction's going to go away? No, it's not. Well, you should have picked a different. No. Yeah, maybe. I mean, this will be the last story that I'll ever share of a stock that's in the throes of this criminality. But good stocks go under $1. Everything is situational. There's two big trends coming outside of AI 2.0 or AI for everybody. One is robotics. Robotics is massive, and it's just going to accelerate. And the second is quantum computing, which I'm not a techie at all. I'm not a techie. I can't explain to you what quantum computing is, except I assume it's a quantum leap in the ability of computers to perform. But what I don't know is that at the personal computer level or is that at the data center? So what I don't know is that something that is competition to the AI 2.0 story, or does it go hand in glove with the AI 2.0 story, or does that distinction matter? I don't know. But things are changing extremely rapidly. One thing that doesn't change is no one sees what's going on in these markets, and no one cares. It works to Wall Street's advantage that you get destroyed here because their own funds are in there paying off the Jeff Eastons of the world. It also gets you to give your managed money, your account to a money manager, so-called. The stock's really not doing much. They just did 1,025 shares at 26.7. Actually, they did 5,148 shares at 26.7. and 1,382 shares at 26.87. 26.7 is the bid, and they're trying to, why does somebody want the lowest price? On the other hand, there isn't much of a spread here. It's 26.7 to 27, and I doubt there's any stock available at 27. If you went in right now with an order to buy 59,500 shares at 27, I don't think you'd get it off, but maybe. Never know. So why does Railtown trade at 50 million market cap? And how did Tony know that that's the price to buy it? When it was here in June, he made fun of it, made fun of me, and hated it. And now he's telling you it's finally gotten in a good price. I guess the 6 months mattered to him, and maybe to many of you. Mattered to me. I thought the information I had were things were going to be happening fairly rapidly. But in the scheme of things, 6 months isn't that long. If the stock is going to $3 or $30, which is what I think. Well, with one caveat, I think the company might be sold early in its cycle. I used to think that they were going to hold out to the best possible price. I don't feel that way anymore. I think if somebody comes in, if someone were to come in and offer $300 million for the company, I think the company would get sold. Luckily for you and for me, I think there'll be a bidding war. So I think it's unlikely that it'll get sold that low. But I think the company would be willing to sell at any price. Well, that's my sentence. I think the company's willing to sell at any price. I get no indication that they have a target in mind. So do you follow Railtown like Tony does, looking at charts and with this idea of diversification and in all these crappy stocks? Look, the key of the theft is you look the other way, that you don't recognize Palestinians as human beings. You buy into the argument that they're all dirty and they're all going to grow up to be terrorists, and that the only democracy in the Middle East, our only ally, are these murderous thugs, so we better support them. I mean, this is the kind of reasoning, the twisted reasoning that they get you to think about in this market. And I can't get you, if you can't care enough to see what's going on, I'm never going to teach you, ever. The volume now is 268,000. Last trade 26.7. My opinion, I mean, according to Morgan Stanley, that gives it a market cap of $54 million. Yahoo, it's lower than that. And I think it all comes to what they use as their denominator, obviously. What these colluding clack of criminal minds do they try to bust any acquisition, and then the company they figure still gonna need capital. They'll bust that capital raise too. Well, two good things happened here. Railtown got their acquisition finished below budget in terms of number of shares, and they're not doing a toxic financing. Now, they are talking, in my judgment, to the shorts via Tony Two-Tone. Who knows? Am I right or wrong? You make up your own mind. I better be a gentleman? Why should I be a gentleman? I'm trying to look out for your money. If it's more important to you to be gentlemanly than to look out for your own investment, I can't help you. But the company talks to the tiger, and the tiger tells the shorts, not much to worry about here. So they get another week. They get another month. And in this case, another year to short it. But remember, their goal is short-term destruction. As long as, look, my small cap experience for the last, I don't know, forever, has primarily been in the resource area, oil and gas, mining. And I go to these conferences. There's a guy that comes all the time. Trying to remember his first name. I think it's Joshua. Josh. I think it's Josh. But he comes all the time. Nice guy. I always end up speaking with him. He doesn't drink. He's in every breakout room. But I was told, I mean, I've never done business with him. I was told that he represents the shorts. And I thought, oh, that he's an analyst. And he's asking all these questions. But what he was really doing, so the logic goes, nobody knows for sure. Everybody wants proof. If you want proof, you're going to lose your money. But he's there to make sure that this company, with the drilling program, isn't going to suddenly drill and hit 2 TCF of natural gas to their interest in one well. Or they're drilling in this program and he's hoping to find out that the first 5 wells don't work beyond the cost, all the assumptions, so that the market suddenly recalculates the upside of the stock. The surprise is what can cause the squeeze. The surprise is what can cause these colluding cowards to lose money overnight. Otherwise, they're not going to lose money. If he's sitting there listening, asking the CEO, and the CEO's, well, we're going to drill, and we're going to drill another 6 wells, and then we're moving on out to the whatever prospect, and it's going to take us about 7 months to get that done, and then we're going to drill 20 wells there, and we probably won't get that done for another year and a half. What's the risk? Keep shorting. There's no buying. There's no research. There's no uptick rule. Just keep your algorithmic selling going. There's no shock coming. So a CEO talks to a tiger, the tiger knows there's no shock coming. So you can keep selling. Keep the programs going. And then Judge William. I never told you this is a hot stock. Yes, I had targets if certain things happened, but I'm not going to blame anybody. My targets were wrong. So the question is, why should you own Railtown now? I'm not sure you should if your mentality is aligned with Tony Tiger. You're going to lose your money anyway. He'll have you diversified across 8 pieces of crap, and when Railtown, the one diamond, goes up, he'll have you out of it. A win's a win. And diversify over into these other pieces of shinola. If you're going to insist on keeping that mentality, you shouldn't own Railtown. Just shouldn't own it. And I'm not going to fight it anymore. The absurdity. Well, the stock's trading where it should be. On whose planet? I mean, it is trading where it should be if it's abused. And maybe that's the point. I don't know. All right, let me get off of that negativity. And let me talk about Lang chain. Lang tracks. I guess the logic would go that Lang tracks is valued at where Lang tracks should be valued. I guess that would be the logic. Because it's been announced. They raised money there. So it's where it should be. If everything's where it should be, I guess it's just like throwing darts at a board. Might as well buy Lang chain at $1.25 billion as buy Railtown at 50 million, because you're just buying the industry exposure. Just, don't put any thought into it. Don't worry if Palestinians are mothers and sisters and children. Don't worry about that. Get distracted. Guys, it's all a part of the same lying. You've got to clear the lie out of your head, but you can't. I can't make you. I can't make you. I can't make you see what I see. Does that mean Railtown is without risk? No, but let me tell you, if you're looking at Railtown at a $50 million valuation, and you're telling me it's trading where it should be, and Lang chain was just priced by a dozen venture capital firms at $1.25 billion, and that doesn't make your brain go, wait a minute. Are you telling me Lang chain was priced 3 months ago, 4 months ago at $1.25 billion and Railtown's 50 million? I mean, obviously Railtown's where it should be. Obviously. AI took too long to close. Any leadership that couldn't close that deal can't perform on technology. And I mean, obvious, Railtown's where it should be. Well, how do you explain Lang chain being $1.5 billion by now? Probably. Well, that's different. They I can't explain it, but they've got to be priced where they should be too. This kind of thinking makes my head explode. Absolutely makes my head explode. According to my chat, I just had a breezy chat with the CEO, which I took very seriously, but in retrospect, it's an embarrassment that he allocated time for me and for Tony the Tiger. Lang Chain has one ADK, according to Corey. Lang Chain has one ADK, AI Developer Kit. And it has one observability. I can't read my writing. I think I wrote interface, but that maybe not. Framework, maybe. No. But it has one observability tool. And it's not good. It's not good. Railtown, by my count, has several ADKs, and I might be undercounting it. According to Corey, which you can assume since he was unable to get the AIP deal closed quickly, therefore he must be a terrible leader and really bad at software, which he's been doing for 40 years. And, so maybe you don't want to listen to him. You want to listen to Tony and the criminal activity and the market price. But according to him, when he puts developers to work comparing Railtown against Google, against LangChain, against others, there's other ADKs out there, Railtown always surpasses. It's always the best. Now, maybe that's my interpretation because it's what I wanted to hear. We'll find out. But the way I hear it, Railtown, which currently consists of 3 brand names, Rail Engine, Railtrax, and Conductor, is better than LangChain and LangTrax. Better. Railtown trades at 50 million. LangChain's valued at 1.5 billion. It doesn't make anyone go in their thinking, but for the short selling, but for the walking the price down, but for the fact that no buyers in Canada exist right now, but for the fact that TELUS delayed everything and apparently is still putting a blanket on everything, but for the fact that Railtown hasn't been able to be out there telling its story unless they're talking to Tony the Tiger. This stock would be closer to $1 billion, $1.5 billion than it would be to 50 million. Oh, no. It's where it should be trading. It's where it should be trading. Why is Lang Tracks valued at $1.5 billion, or $1.25 billion 3 months ago? They're going to try to do the next round up. I bet they do it at 2 or 3 billion. Why is that? There's probably a couple of filler reasons. One is that Sequoia and the rest, Benchmark, are trying to walk up the valuation, taking their fees every step of the way, and they'll offload the whole kit caboodle to Microsoft or to Oracle at 20 billion, and they'll have very nice paydays. Of course, you can't buy into it unless you go down to Merrill Lynch and put your money in the Merrill Lynch AI for Everyone Plus Trust Bust Fund, and then maybe you can get a piece of it late in the game. So on the one hand, the valuation may be puffery, with more puffery to come, and even more puffery to come, because everyone's working with each other to run it up the flagpole and then sell it into the maw of one of the huge fangs, and job well done. It could be. And it not only could it be, that's almost certainly part of what's going on. I think in the case of LangChain and LangTrax, there's a lot of publicity going on, and I think planted stories such that the idea is that LangChain is the only alternative, the gold standard when it comes to ADKs. Therefore, if you want to own the critical piece, there's the compute power of a data center. Then there's the I don't know what to call it, the connecting of data, like your neural connections in your brain, the part of your brain that if someone said to you, Kim Kardashian, you might think of any manner of items all at the same time, because your brain makes those connections, useful or not, very quickly. That's essentially what large language models are. That's the second layer that all data centers need. And the names on those companies, according to my chat with the CEO, I just had a chat. I didn't have anything else to do. I just thought I'd call him up to have a chat. Of course, I can't find, there's 3 that he gave me. And I can't find them right now. Maybe it's, oh, here it is. So the large language models that he referred to in our chat were OpenAI, which you've all heard of, um, Anthropic, which you've all heard of, and Cohere. And what large language models do, they create the connectivity of data. The compute power, the data down below, the hyperscaler down the bottom level, is about unlimited scalability, the cost of electricity. It's essentially a utility, even though utilities don't have huge multiples. In this case, the growth factor so early in the market is why the multiples are so high. So the next layer is large language models, where you connect the data. You say Kim Kardashian, you think of a joke on Family Guy, you think that her poor children that she had with Ollie North, then you think about her mother has the hands of a 70-year-old but the face of a 50-year-old, and you wonder about her younger daughter, and then you wonder what's the difference between prostitution and the $1 billion that Kim Kardashian earned, or whatever goes through your head. But none of it makes any sense. It's all useless information. But that's the connectivity of that goes on. And then on the top layer is orchestration frameworks, the frameworks that make sense of it all, that process it, that try to use the ideas or the connections in a way that creates something. And these orchestration frameworks are Google, LangChain, and Railtown. And there's some others, but the CEO didn't give me the names of the others. I've seen some other names. They're not anybody you'd have heard of. So those are sort of the critical thinking, although I don't think any of this is about thinking. So if AI 2.0 and AI for everyone needs ADKs, that's these orchestration frameworks. ADKs are the AI developer kits. So you create the agentic agents at that top level that kind of, you've got unlimited data at the bottom, you've got a bunch of connections to that data with the large language models, and then at top you have the agentic tools or agents which use ultimately they're using the data, but they're using what the large language model brought together unsorted. They sort it in a way that is beneficial to make money. I mean, that's bottom line. Well, the reason LangChain has that $1 billion plus valuation is because the story being sold and bought is that LangChain is going to be the gold standard at the top of this massive computer pile, computer power, and the funnel through which the large language model travel to give a useful application. And the story is it's LangChain. Well, there's Google ADKs and there's some others. But the story is basically Google and LangChain. And so the value at $1.25 billion 3 months ago, I guess it's just because this is the gold standard compared to Google. Is that truthful? Is that a complete story? It's not. It's not. Railtown is better, but we don't know. The market doesn't know that yet. When Wall Street knows that, when Bay Street knows that, the price of Railtown will go up, in my judgment, and then you'll tell me, it's priced where it should be. Yeah, it's priced where it should be. Good thing I'm diversifying, because, guys, you're never going to make money with that kind of thinking. You're just never going to make money that way. And if you're judging me on 6 months of performance here, fine. If you're judging me when I originally recommended the stock, that's basically a year, a little over, well, it's a little over a year. That's fine too. I don't see how that's going to help you make any money. So for me, I'm down 21% in my small account. And that counts putting money in last December and in June. Now, Tony, in his honesty and integrity, told you you're down 69% this year. I don't consider that integrity, but you do. That's fine. All right, my cost basis is 0.3426. 0.3426. I have a feeling that's the average of most of you out there. But the story's not over. But if you want to judge, that's it. Time's up. What an asshole. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I can't change that either. But I bring it back. Why is Railtown correctly priced at 50 million and LangChain is correctly valued at 1.25 billion? I don't think both thoughts can exist in one brain at the same time. They're both fairly valued. Why don't we look at the negative side of LangChain first? LangChain doesn't have robotics. It doesn't have rail engine. It could develop it, sure. How long did rail engine take? It was a heavy I don't have the exact wording, but it was heavy work to create rail engine. It took 2 years to build. Could LangChain build a similar thing in 2 years? Sure, obviously. Could they do it in 2 months? I'm not sure about that. So somewhere between 2 months and 2 years is the head start that rail engine has. But LangChain doesn't have the link to robotics. But LangChain is valued at 1.25 billion. It has one ADK. I don't know how to count ADKs, but it seems like Railtown has at least three, if not five or six ADKs. For example, Conductor, which I'm not sure is an ADK, but it took them that same 2 or 3 years to build Conductor, and then they built Railtrack's ADK. And these all started 6 years ago with a white paper. Can LangChain just instantaneously replicate them? I guess. So the bearish thing to talk about LangChain is it's not as good as Railtown and it's mispriced at $1 billion. Well, remember, if you're pricing it and you're valuing it in each round, and then you're doing the propaganda on it, and you own the newspapers, you own the White House, you own Congress, you're the country's biggest lobbying group, you can tell the story about Palestine any way you want to, and it's going to be believed. It's the same thing, maybe you argue here. Sequoia can tell the story about LangChain any way it wants because it controls every which way but loose. Maybe. So that might be the negative. It's wrong. It shouldn't be priced at 1.25 billion. It should be 50 billion alongside Railtown, or maybe 50 million, maybe 100 million, because LangChain was estimated to do 12 to 16 million in annual revenues, and Railtown, there's no revenues yet. So maybe that's what explains the $1.2 billion difference in valuation. That's the only thing I can think of negative on LangChain, is that the price valuation is manipulated, and it's just all a story, and they're just going to keep the story going until they stuff it at $10 billion elsewhere. All right, so what's the bear case on Railtown? They couldn't get the AIP deal done on time. Well, my information was so bad, who the hell knows if they actually had it on time or not. But, okay, let's extrapolate that. That was every month I was told it would be this week. It'll be that coming week. It never happened until November. Well, I guess that's why Railtown's trading here, because Corey couldn't get the AIP deal closed, even though as a leader, he probably said to the CEO of AIP, look, I've already agreed the deal. Why don't you go get the signatures of your own investors? Now, Corey should have micromanaged, insulted the CEO of AIP, and gone and done it himself, and ignored Telus. I suppose I guess there's some thought process there. So they must have paid 1.25 billion for LangChain, not for the 14 million in annualized revenue that they projected, give or take, but because they thought that revenue was going to even grow higher. than 14 million plus or minus 2 annually. They also must have valued Lang Chain at 1.25 billion because they assumed it was going to be profitable at some time. They don't make any money. They also probably valued Lang Chain at 1.25 billion because they knew they're going to put out the propaganda that Lang Chain is the gold standard, and all they have to do is get developers to use it, and they're going to make revenue. So prove the concept, spend the money, develop it, and the revenues will come. Obviously, they valued it at 1.25 billion because they think in the future it's going to be worth a lot more than 1.25 billion. Maybe 10 times that. By the time they stuff it into Amazon's venture arm or put it into your retirement plans as an IPO. Maybe. I saw one article call them a unicorn. All right, so if all that's true, why is Railtown then trading at $50 million? It's where it should be. Corey's a terrible leader, and he missed the technological window. If there were real buyers, they'd already be buying if the story was so good. Okay, that's one, maybe. What about the buying's missing? What about we're waiting for TELUS? What about all that? So what I think I just spent time on the negatives. Why don't we compare Railtown to Lang Chain and try to see it in a positive light? Lang Chain is valued at 1.25 billion because whoever finds the solution to the orchestration frameworks is going to be huge. It's a gigantic market. Imagine every data center in the world being upgraded, to use amateur terminology, for AI 2.0. Every data center, all data going through hyperscalers needs that orchestration framework layer, the observability, the real-time response analysis, and the historical data searches, all run by ADKs. And they realize if they can get Lang Chain at 1.25 to claim the gold standard on a market that could be worth hundreds, if not, believe it or not, more than hundreds of billions a year in revenue, they're going to be rich. Well, why has Railtown missed out on that? Why? Because Sequoia funded Lang Chain somewhat earlier in the press. I mean, at best, it seems like they're going to have a 4 or 5 month head start. Is that enough to destroy Railtown's story? Is the market both so gigantic that they're willing to give a $1.25 billion valuation to an upstart, and at the same time so small it only has room for LangChain? I mean, Google's in there. Google ADK is in there. I don't think that's right either. I think Railtown hasn't missed the boat by a long shot. I think if you're willing to suspend anger, disgust, looking at the stock price, and just compare side by side LangChain and Railtown. LangChain has 180K, they have no robotics, and they have one observability tool that's not good. Railtown has a handful of ADKs, if not more. They have Rail Engine, Conductor, and Rail Tracks. They've been working on the observability tool for over 2 years. Rail Engine took over 2 years to build. Rail Tracks, he didn't tell me, but I assume it took a long time. And they're ready to go. Rail Engine can make decisions in microseconds, nanoseconds, using multiple inputs. LangChain doesn't have that. So if you want to just accept that whatever macro data, whatever analysis Sequoia and Benchmark and Kleiner Perkins and Amazon and others did to come up with the $1.25 billion valuation, where they put up 160 million in total, not all at that round. 160 million. They put 125 million in at that level. Real money. Well, if you assume they made the correct macro analysis on the opportunity, what's wrong with Railtown? One of the goals of Sequoia's group of investors is that LangChain first goes out and proves that it works and is used by everybody, like Yahoo search used to be, and then starts generating revenue and then is profitable. Well, compare that to Railtown. Compare that to Railtown. Their product, maybe you don't believe this, but I do, their product is already better than LangChain's. But they already have a giant customer. They don't need to, well, there is execution risk. There is execution risk. But a large customer has already chosen Railtown as that top layer at its hyperscaler called the AI Fortress or something like that up in Canada, the Sovereign AI Fortress data center in Wimiski, Quebec. And you know that they have a revenue split with TELUS, and you know that TELUS I mean, there's some risks with TELUS too. I think TELUS in many ways could be called a speculative investment herself. But TELUS's CEO has said that revenue from, I assume he means data centers, enabling AI, is going to grow to $2 billion annually within the next 2 years. And they have one data center ready to go. State of the art with NVIDIA. They've already got 3 programs running on it or apps running on it. We're putting it through its paces, which I showed you the other day. And they have they've chosen Railtown. What's one of the reasons they chose Railtown? Even if you don't think Railtown is as good as LangChain, Railtown is Canadian. And, you know, Cohere out of these 3 is also Canadian. I don't know if there's an opportunity to invest in Cohere. Out of OpenAI, Anthropic, and Cohere, Cohere is Canadian. So Railtown, yes, it has to execute. Who knows if that isn't what they've been doing all this time? Instead of Corey spending his time micromanaging Dr. Tom Core, getting signatures on documents for the acquisition, maybe Corey's been spending his time making bloody well sure this TELUS deal is being tested. We don't know that yet, but he doesn't seem to be an idiot. Well, what happens, let's say January, and January might be too soon. Let's say February. That might be too soon, but let's just go with February. What if in February, TELUS announces we're open for business at Who's Your Mooski data center. We're open for business. And we want our customers to move their business, their AI business, their enterprise business, their app business, to Who's Your Mooski. And by the way, when they move, we've already tested NVIDIA's machines. We've double layered them. We can scale from 0 to 100 million in 10 minutes. I'm making it up. I don't know the metrics. But they can scale. They can handle all the business that signs up. And oh, by the way, I'm going to assume they're going to use Cohere for the large language model. Use TELUS for the computer power, Cohere, which is Canadian, although I heard some negatives on Cohere, so maybe they won't. But anyway, I would assume Cohere. For the large language model, and guess what? You're signing up for Railtown as your orchestration framework. Now just think through the power of that. Sequoia is asking people to, and they're sprinkling their bets everywhere, I'm sure, to invest in LangChain, because LangChain is going to get the customers and then is going to get the revenue. And then later on, we'll have ice cream. Later on, they'll have profits. Well, compare that to Railtown. Let's say it's February, or it could be January or March. Let's just say it's the first quarter. TELUS says, we want you to move all of your business that you're doing currently with, you know, data centers in Detroit in Tennessee and Virginia. If you're our customer, we want you to move it to Canada's first and only sovereign AI factory. What if they do that in the first quarter? And it ramps up and it's provable. And it all goes through the revenue sharing agreement with Railtown. And let's just say to analysts and venture capital firms in Canada and wealth managers, family offices, institutional investors, they look at it and they go, well, let's see what the acceptance rate is. And all of a sudden, now this is an assumption, and maybe you can't assume this because the shorts are telling you this isn't going to happen and it's already priced into the stock. Maybe that's how you look at investing. Or Sequoia studied everything out there and they chose Langchain. So obviously Langchain is better. Maybe that's how you do your investing. But what if you do your investing by saying, what's the goal? The goal is to go claim the space, get revenues, and be profitable. So you want to prove your concept, and then all the rest will flow. Well, in the case of Railtown, as soon as TELUS announces we're open for business, you're going to see it scale. And once it scales, research is going to say, oh my gosh, this company could be at 250 million in revenue, top line revenue, within 2 years, headed higher, and that gross revenue will be equivalent essentially to net revenue. Oh my gosh. They have proved their concept in 45 days. They already have a paying customer, TELUS, in a revenue share. And they are not only profitable, they're making 100% on the revenue. And it's growing. And then you're going to tell me that Railtown's properly priced at 50 million? Railtown's going to blow by Langchain's valuation. But if you have to wait until you see that, you'll miss the move. All right, let me just give you that calculation, and then I'll go to your comments. I've done it before, but 1.25 billion divided by 50 million is 25x. So you want to wait, test William out, as if these kind of opportunities come in your lifetime all the time. You've got the entire momentum of technology behind you, of data centers behind you, and data centers competing with other data centers. The Who's Your Mooski data center costs half as much as any other data center because of its power source and its state-of-the-art NVIDIA computer chips, and because of Railtown. The last trade, which I think is low, I think this will snap right back next year. But the last trade on Railtown is 26.82. It's better to use a low number. And, it's not perfect because you've got to allow for other shares and issuance and all that. But in general, if you multiply the last price by 25x, that gives you a target of $6.70. And when you tell me that the stock is priced where it should be, I feel like I've lost my mind, because I think the stock should be priced at a minimum where Langchain was recently valued, and that's $6.70. $6.70. And while you fret and you look at it being read every day and you blame William, he's just an order taker, doesn't know what the hell he's doing, you're going to miss out on it. I think somebody sold 100,000 shares, real shares. They're going to miss out on it. They picked up maybe 10 cents a share in tax losses, so maybe they had $10,000 they could write off, or maybe a little more, $20,000, $15,000 they can write off on their taxes. They're going to miss $6.50. They're going to miss $650,000 worth of gain because they believe this stock price is telling them something. It's not. And if you wait for research to come out and tell you what I'm telling you, you're going to miss the move. You're going to miss the move. Now, there are assumptions you have to believe that this technological revolution is coming and it's going to continue. I don't know. I don't think you have to think about that too much. The big brains on Wall Street put all this money into Langchain. I guess they did that homework for you. You could argue that AI 2.0 is never going to work. Okay, but that's down the road. In the meantime, there's an arms race going on where Microsoft wants to own something just so Amazon doesn't own it. Amazon wants to own it so Google doesn't own it. Google wants to own everything because they don't want to lose their head start, their massive head start on search and advertising revenue. They're all in an arms race against each other. And so the key is, the flip side of Railtown willing to take almost any price is, they'll sell themselves pretty soon. I think, but those are all assumptions. But I don't know of another stock out there that you have a comparable Langchain valued by VC firms and analysts and money put in alongside, who has a worse product than Railtown. And they're not even making money yet. And Railtown, yes, there's execution risk. Yes, there is. But Railtown is ready, if it hasn't already been, to be hooked up in this data center who's been running its paces, according to the news story I just read to you, whenever. They've been testing the NVIDIA and these other apps. It's ready to go. It's going to scale. And you sit on You believe these liars. They're just liars, these ones that are just selling stock constantly, telling you to diversify, telling you to buy GME. Anyway, all right. I think Railtown should be trading at $6.70 right now, probably higher. That's the real price for Railtown. And if the buyers were allowed to buy, I think that's where the price would be. But the sellers have come in. The mood is, oh, it's just like any other stock. That's what the Tiger wants you to think. He wants you to think you got to diversify in all these other stocks because they're all the same. I think you're going to miss out on the investment of your lifetime. But if you don't agree with me, do what you got to do. It's 26.7 right now to 27. There's still 59,500 for sale. The last trade, 649 shares at 26.87, 500 shares at 26.82, 384 shares at 26.91, 500 shares at 26.88, 250 shares at 26.93. 2 or 3 of those trades look real. It's 270,000 shares. Genius Brands is down to 56 cents. GDC is under $4.20. Dolly Varden is really cheap. It's down 30 cents at 4.42. That would be if you want to buy a stock that'll be $5.50, $6 in 30 days, buy Dolly Varden right now. Finger is under $1.25. It's at 123.5. And Railtown is 26.87. All right, I've been talking for 2 hours. I'll let you guys talk to me. Just making sure we're still at peace. All right, let me go with what you guys are saying. To remind you, we are very close to 17 million. The only thing is, if some of you sold stock, I don't know about it yet. But still, that's a big number. It's a big number. Let me just turn the page so I can write notes. Hey, Jeff Grimm, greetings. Happy New Year. Julius, Happy New Year to you, sir. T. Alex the Third, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Tyrannosaurus Alex, Greeting everyone and Happy New Year's Eve. Exactly. Fast Eddie, Happy New Year. Adam, Happy New Year. Julie Kim, Happy New Year. Julius, it's going to be a prosperous New Year for Railtown. I think so, but I think what we have to do is plan on worst case. And I think to hear about revenues, the worst case would be that we have to wait until 45 days after the January, February, March quarter ends to find out about revenues and whether revenues ramped upward from the TELUS agreement. And if you put 45 days on the end of that, you're talking May 15th as the latest point that we would hear about revenues. And if you want to add a week or two beyond that for research and maybe some institutional buying, you just in your mind, I think you plan on June 1, but that does not mean that I think the stock price is going to stay down here all of that time. In fact, I think it's far more likely that research will start coming out in January, that TELUS will start honking her own horn, and that Railtown could become one of the stories of AI 2.0 as soon as February in retail and institutional eyes. So things can go a lot more quickly than what I'm saying. But Julius, it's been a long slog now, and maybe it's going to be a little bit longer. Unfortunately, I also think we're running up against the end of the bull market. I was just in Morgan Stanley, and it's impressive. So maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe there's a lot more to go. But we'll find out. Hey, Unknown Stuntman, Happy New Year, Steve. Wow, Steve, you bought more? You bought another, all right. That's great, good for you. Good for you, Steve. Pete Geek. Sold 10,000. Okay, we'll hold until these assholes bring. Sick of this. All right, so Pete sold 10,000. All right, I'll take it off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Hey, Jeff, you're not wrong, just early. Well, some people think if you're early, you're wrong. Look, everyone's a day trader. Everyone wants instantaneous results. And I was always clear, this is not a hot stock. But I'm being judged as if it were a hot stock. Yes, I gave targets that I think my information not only was premature, it was wrong. I think I was wrong to get into the prediction game. On the other hand, I think it's important to understand why you're buying something. And the best place to start is to look at Railtown as a company, which is what it is. And it's a company at the forefront of solving a problem that the founders saw 6 years ago. And by the way, according to his own interviews live, you can still see them on YouTube. They asked Microsoft, are you doing this? I'm making up the conversation. But clearly Microsoft wasn't doing it. And you know, he showed me a couple of data paths, not the wrong word, you know, charts, I guess, where Amazon uses, I think, Anthropic as its large language model, and then has an affiliation with LangChain for its ADKs, but it's not exclusive. And then, of course, Google goes from its hyperscaling to its own, well, I think they used OpenAI, I can look it up, as their LLM, but then they went to their own ADK. Well, in Canada, there's only one data center ready for this, state of the art, and it's doing everything Canadian. And they're going to use TELUS as the hyperscaler. I believe it'll be Cohere because that's Canadian as the large language model. It doesn't matter though, whoever they use. And then they are going to use Railtown as their top framework. And it's going to start generating both revenue and profits from the jump. I'd say the risks are TELUS is a huge company, but there's some question marks, I guess, about its debt and cash flows. But Railtown's not exclusive to TELUS. They've got other people they can deal with too. But I think TELUS is going to make it through. Insiders are buying the stock. I think this campaign and this whole new technology is going to bring in new revenues. But that's one risk. Another might be that Canada decides to drop its sovereignty concerns and just signs up for the Palo Alto-based LangChain and the Redmond, Washington-based Microsoft, I guess. Julius, don't give up on us, William. We follow you, not Tony from Timu. Well, I'm not gonna give up, but I do have to change what I'm doing. It's just it's beneath you, it's beneath me to still be in the sandbox with this, and I don't know. I don't want to go through another year of this. I don't want to go through another week of it. But we'll see where we go. Hey, Silver Skyrocket. Happy New Year to you. Hawaii. About 300 more. All right, Hawaii. That's good news. We got 20 minutes for the year. Let's see what's happening. 133725. Um, 273,000. All right, so the last trade was 700 shares at 26.98. Prior to that was 649 shares at 26.87. and 500 at 26.82. I think they just traded something. Nope. Nope. Good for you, 808. Sam, I grabbed another 10,000. That's awesome, Sam. Awesome. So you have 50,000 total. That is a great total, Sam. That's awesome. G Diddy. I believe that between myself and Donna, we will break the 17 million mark in early January. All right. I'd say today we haven't broken 17 today. As long as the price remains about the same. I don't know. I've been wondering what they're going to do to the price. It's amazing to me that with AIP closed and over 100 million in hosting revenue that's going to be moved to TELUS from that and split, and 400 million in potential roll-up revenue, that they have convinced everyone that the stock is only worth 50 million. Do you realize that if you just looked at the 120 million in hosting revenue, and if that, and it will, because they control it, it'll move over to TELUS. And if that grows, let's say to 300 million, I'm doing this on purpose, 300 million over the next 3 years annually, and it's there forever, at a 20% payout, that's 60 million a year. Every year going forward, the company will earn in cash $60 million in my example, which is more than the market cap of Railtown now. Now, if you don't like me going that high, we know there's 100 to 120 million that's going to transfer over. Can we at least go to 150 million in growth? I think that's fair enough over the next 2 years. Remember, it's all about projections. At 20% payout, and that could be wrong, but times 150 million, that's 30 million coming in from the TELUS hosting of Railtown's network. The money's already being spent. It's 30 million a year coming in that's profit. And currently, the entire market cap of Railtown is under 60 million. They'll be bringing in 30 million a year just from the hosting. And some growth assumption, small growth assumption, at TELUS. And people, you know that information. I'm sure other people know that information, but they can't buy it. But as soon as they do, they're going to buy it. They're not going to hesitate. But anyway, G Diddy, what's amazing is that just the constant push of red and red and red and red. And when you think about it, it seems like it's down every day. And over the course of 6 months, overall, it is down. But it's not really down every day. It's just red every day. somehow they take that good news out and make you think it's bad news. They also take out the 400 million in roll-up revenue that's just sitting there for plucking, and they make you believe that's bad news. And they all do it for their own short-term, greedy, co-conspiratorial gains. And we all fall into the trap. We all fall into the trap. There's Ward Richardson. The optimism. Good afternoon, William and RT crew. Happy New Year to you all. I agree. Happy New Year. No, nothing's happening. Justin bought more. Good for you, Justin. $2,100. That's awesome. Wow, look at that price. 27. That's just amazing. Just on. That's great, Justin. You're acting, you're taking advantage of it. G. Diddy, I think your monologue mischaracterizes many of your listeners. We are holding strong because you have made a great case, especially in the context of my background. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. You're probably right, G. Diddy. I feel the last few weeks I've just been down. G. Diddy, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Ward Richardson, you mentioned quantum computing on Saturday, so I checked in on Quantum IQ that partnered with RT. Oh, I forgot about that. You're right. On 6/17. It turns out that RT licensed its conductor R platform to Quantum IQ to build a hybrid cloud platform. Quantum IQ intends to connect its platform, which is powered by RT software, to D-Wave's quantum systems as part of a multi-provider strategy. This is huge news here, everyone. This is Ward Richardson. D-Wave is a leader in annealing quantum computing. I almost recognize the word annealing, but I'm not sure. Quantum computing. By the way, I picked this company back in August of 24, QBTS. All right, QBTS, and I want to look up the word annealing. I hope it's not describing when your girlfriend goes out with a guy from India. G. Diddy, you're very kind, G. Diddy. I believe your analysis based on your knowledge and experience is going to help many of us become multimillionaires. That's actually my goal. Whether or not everybody becomes a multimillionaire, it's just more that my goal is that everybody can have a strong account after owning Railtown. The more we're into 2026, we're closer to the end of the bull market. But ends just mean you go into a bear market, which will be sharp, because my experience, even though I believe the markets are going to go up like like they, you know, someone put an accelerant in their rocket ship over the next few months. When markets go down, they always seem to go down more quickly. And I used to give the reason that it's because people have a hard time believing that the Dow can go to 70,000. Or the S&P can go to 10,000 because it's never been there before. But when it starts going down, they remember the S&P was at 3,500 or 2,500. So it's already been there on the downside. So I think that's why it happens more quickly. There's also shorting. And these guys that are shorting, they're going to turn on those machines and it's going to be headline news when the markets go down 90%. Anyway, we run into that. But it's going to be interesting. It's very hard to call a top in a market. And I don't think the boomers are finished with investing. I don't think the United States and the Fed are finished with putting the dollar out there in increasing quantities. And I don't think the world is ready to let go of the dollar and the Fed and the US government as kind of the last bulwark holding up all this wealth in the paper markets. No one wants to give up that illusion. And it may not all be illusion because it's, you know, if we all believe it, we still believe it. Anyway, it's possible that the markets stay up longer than the risk would imply. But I tell you what, this has been one hell of a run. I just went by my old office trying to take care of, and I was nervous about it because it always gives me seeing anyway. But it was actually comforting, and my friend's assistant, very helpful. I mean, it's a completely different world than it used to be. But afterward, I went to this watering hole and just had some lunch by myself. And it's amazing. That place has been there. It's called The Bottom Line. It's been there 46 years. 46 years. And that's essentially, not quite, but that's essentially the length of this bull market, this secular bull market. And at some point, it's going to come to an end. But it, you know, whether it comes to an end in its 44th year, 45th year, 50th year, it's hard to call the top. But there's a lot of real world things going on that don't look so great. The just-in-time model of delivery is falling apart. War seems like it's going to happen. I'll tell you, you know, an earthquake in Palo Alto would send shivers through the markets around the world. If China tried to take over Taiwan, the world markets would collapse. You know, Zelensky and Netanyahu both are hell-bent on starting World War III, and that would certainly end Well, ironically, war makes markets go up. But I think World War III would escalate into doom very quickly. So anyway, my point is next year could be treacherous for the whole market. But Railtown's already priced as if it's going out of business. For people saying that it's priced where it should be, I must be misunderstanding what they mean, because maybe they mean, well, given the fact that you've got algorithmic computer programs selling every day and there's no buying and there's not even an attempt to enforce securities laws, maybe that's what they mean. But I think even in a depression, Railtown's going to do 20, 30, 40 million in revenues just from the AI network shifting over its existing expense of spending money at Microsoft, spending money at other data centers. They're going to move that to TELUS. And it's all cash. I mean, if you want to be completely doom and gloom, pick 20, let's just say they get to 24 million a year in hosting revenue out of the 120 or so million that we know about. That's $2 million a month in cash flow. They don't have to raise any money. They don't have to go to toxic financiers. I don't know, guys. I think Railtown's just sitting as cheap as it can possibly be. It's already priced in everything bad, except Trudeau having a baby with Katy Perry. And that baby growing up to be Prime Minister of Canada. All right, we have 2 minutes left. Nothing's happening. Last trade, 240 shares at 26.87, which I guess, I don't have to guess, somebody just had to get out of 280 shares on the bid. They wanted in the red for the year. Remember, this is not only the end of the month, the end of the quarter, it's also the end of the year. Bonus time for these. Breaking news, bulls on parade. Wall Street predicting bull market next year. All right, let's just see how it closes. 26.7 to 27, down 0.0126 at 26.87. So actually that's above, my eyesight is so blurry. It is and it isn't. It's like my eyes don't communicate. Anyway, it's 26.7 is the bid, and the last trade is 26.87. So it's not quite on the bid. Anyway, there it is. It closed. Finger closed at 123. Railtown closed at 26.87. Last trade, 240 shares at 26.87. So the entire year's work effort was priced on what? $32 worth of stock? No. $65 worth of stock is the closing price for the year on Railtown. Joy, joy, joy. All right, let's go onward. Thank you, G. Diddy. My point is, I'm glad. I hope people become millionaires. I wish I could, but I hope most people can stay strong in Railtown. You know, if Railtown, another way of looking at it is, if Railtown goes to 1.25 billion and they don't roll up any stock, I think it's at least a possibility they won't roll up stock before they sell the company. Imagine they sell themselves to Microsoft and simultaneously they sell the network to Constellation Software. Why is Microsoft going to want to own a network of companies? I don't think they would. Anyway, if you do it this way, you take 1.25 billion and you divide it by 222 million fully diluted shares, including the employee options. That gives you a target of $5.63. Maybe that's your target instead of $6.70. But I think that's a more accurate reflection of where Railtown should be instead of this constant onslaught on the stock price. And to go back, was it Jeff? I can't remember. No, it was Julius. The reason I'd just like everyone's time frame now to be kind of 6 months isn't that I don't think it's going to take 6 months to get to $5 a share. But I think for this prove it to me phase that some people are going through, it's always possible we will not know the revenue numbers and the ramp up of revenue in cold, hard black and white until they report this first quarter, their second quarter, halfway through our second quarter, halfway through their third quarter. And so that's the worst case. But you know what? I guess talking to Julius, I actually think the company's going to receive a buyout offer prior to June 1. I would imagine. Just fantasizing. Let's say TELUS opens the Who's Your Moose data center for business February 15th, middle of the first quarter. And let's say they start marketing it in envelopes to their customers, the monthly billing in January. And let's say they start ramping up. Users come in, they go to their TELUS website, they move from wherever they are to TELUS, and just like I showed you the page for LangChain, when you go to it to sign up, you just pick basic, pro, business, sapphire, you know, and I think actually I found that for conductor as well, that same kind of pricing plan. But anyway, you just click it, and all of a sudden there's this ramp up in users of Railtown. Well, I think a couple of dynamics are going to come into play. Railtown is already sleeping with Microsoft in the sense that, if I understand it correctly, and I could be wrong, I believe the Railtown products are already, is the correct word, embedded? Maybe bundled is a better word, with GitHub and with DevOps, Azure DevOps. So my point is, people using GitHub and DevOps are already possibly receiving a basic form of Railtown for free. It's wrapped in there. So anyway, if it starts ramping up on the TELUS site, I would imagine that Microsoft is going to know. And right now, Microsoft's got so many things going on. That it's probably still sort of on their back burner. Might not even be on the stove yet. But as that starts getting in the news, somebody's going to notice it. So one dynamic is, I think Microsoft is going to start paying attention to Railtown in the first quarter next year. Secondly, TELUS is definitely going to know what's going on. And if you're TELUS, let's say your goal is to get to 2 billion in 2 years. And who knows, 3 billion in 3 years? I don't know. 2 billion in 2 years from this kind of revenue. I may be over assuming. Let's just call it 1 billion. Half of that, 1 billion, comes from these 2 data centers. Well, if you're splitting it, let's just take 1 billion in revenue top line at the Who's Your Moose data center, so that TELUS shares with Railtown. You're going to have, at 20%, you're going to have 200 million in revenue a year coming to Railtown. Guys, I'm not sure I'm going to make it. I'll do my best. I'm working on it. But I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to stay live beyond. Anyway, we'll find out. If I go dark, it's not because I'm mad at you or something. I can't keep everything on. We'll see. We'll see. I'll do my best. But if it shuts off, I'm not going to have a way to communicate. But you have my email. And it won't, if it happens, it won't be permanently. It'll just be frustrating. Anyway, so let's say TELUS sees that the revenue is going to ramp to 1 billion a year, and they're going to, I made up 1 billion and I'm making up the payout. Let's say the payout's 20% to Railtown. So that's $200 million a year that TELUS has to give to Railtown. $200 million. Well, from our standpoint, that's awesome. I mean, to put it another way, if the split's a little greater or the revenue's a little higher, you could see Railtown making $20 million a month in free cash flow a month. Imagine all the software they could develop with that, or all the cash dividends they could pay out, or all the stock they could buy in. But anyway, going back to TELUS, one of the dynamics that's got to go on, TELUS is looking at this and they're saying, you know, we want to grow our revenue. And we know our revenue, we've got 4 of these data centers in total. And we know with the one, we've grown it to $1 billion. We might be able to grow these 4 to $5 billion in revenue. And we'd have to give $1 billion to Railtown under the current deal, which I made up. Remember, I'm using 20%. I don't know if that's true. Well, how long would it take before TELUS says, why don't we buy Railtown? Then the revenue that we're paying to Railtown, instead of paying it to Railtown, we would keep it. And if they paid, I mean, just to use an example, I don't think this trade would go off, but if they paid $1 billion for the company in TELUS stock, and remember, TELUS stock is at its lows right now. So if they paid it in cheap TELUS stock at like $13, you and I could make money as TELUS went up. But anyway, let's just say $1 billion. They'd be paying us $4.50 a share, $4.50 a share in TELUS stock. So let me see where TELUS closed the year. $13.17. Can I just say 13? Well, I'll use 13.17. So we'd get, let me round up, we'd get 3 shares of TELUS. Sorry. We'd get 1 share of TELUS for every 3 shares of Railtown. And at $13, right? You know, if TELUS went to $30, you know, we double our money from there. Okay, but look at it from TELUS's standpoint. Just for a second, if TELUS issued $1 billion worth of stock, and they're a $30 billion market cap company, so they issued 1/3% of their own shares to buy Railtown, they would save, I don't know how the accounting would work division to division, but they would save paying Railtown $200 million a year outside of themselves. So that would stay in-house. So my point is, they would get $1 billion worth of cash flow over a 4-year period, 5-year period, $1 billion in cash flow for issuing stock. I don't know what 200 million is worth to TELUS. I don't know what the multiple is on TELUS. But by issuing shares and buying Railtown, they could increase their cash flow, and I would assume they would increase their market cap dramatically. So I think two things are going to happen in the first quarter. Microsoft's going to find out. Well, I guess I'm saying I think in the first quarter, TELUS is going to turn on their machines. And then it's going to ramp up. Then two things are going to happen. Microsoft's going to know about it, and TELUS definitely is going to know about it. And both of them, I think, are going to make a bid to buy Railtown. That's what I think. I don't think they're going to wait. If TELUS were to buy Railtown in the first quarter, I'm not saying closing the deal. I'm saying making the offer. If they did it in the first quarter, maybe they get away with $1 billion or $1.5 billion or $2 billion. But if they wait for the second quarter, they might have to pay $5 billion. I think you're going to see Railtown bid for in the first quarter. And if I'm wrong, it won't be the first time, but I think if I'm wrong, it'll be bid for in the second quarter. I don't think Railtown makes it out of the first or second quarter next year without a bidding war. I think it'll be a bidding war. Now, the company is probably going to, look, if I were TELUS and I made an offer to buy Railtown, I would say, here's my offer, but it's only good if you put it to shareholder vote right away, and during the period of the vote, it's exclusive. You can't show any other deals to shareholders. I hope he doesn't agree to that, but that's a possible thing that could happen. As long as he doesn't agree to that, I think as soon as the deal comes in from TELUS, who, remember, wants to keep their first mover action against Bell Canada, for example, of being the sovereign Canada solution. And Canada views itself as a world leader in the AI race, a global power in AI. And they may not be wrong. They've got the higher education capabilities. They've got the cold water. They've got natural gas and hydropower. They've got an underutilized country. They don't have a lot of people up there for the size of the country. So they have a lot of excess power that can be dedicated to data centers. And I don't know, is Canada bigger or the same size as California in terms of technology? I don't know. They argue they are, but I don't know. I'm not smart enough to figure that out. But I think TELUS is going to want to buy Railtown before Railtown does a deal with Bell Canada or any other data center in Canada. But what's going to go on in Microsoft's mind? Microsoft wants to get into Canada before somebody does make it a fortress against Donald Trump. Of course, I think Donald Trump's the least of their problems. I think AOC is your next president, and don't you doubt it. Don't you doubt it. I love that, Ward Richardson, that you've been studying D-Wave and that D-Wave's been going out with an Indian boyfriend. I had a anyway. That's a name in India. Part of it. All right, flying bus driver. How are you? Hardest working, most honest man on YouTube. I don't know about that. Cheers to you, flying bus driver. I just saw that some pilot. What airline was it? I can't remember the air. It was an American airline, but I can't remember which one it was. But he was making 268,000 a year. That's pretty good. Maybe I should become a pilot. Of course, with my eyesight, I'd I'd probably land at the wrong airport. Okay, Bullish Whisper. I don't know who you are, Bullish Whisper, so I don't have to reduce my count. Watched your channel the last few months and never commented. Bought Railtown in the 50 cents, okay, and lowered average down, but had to sell because I didn't expect it to go this low. I'm sorry about that. Any stock can go down, and it's unless you have inside information, and even then, you have to make sure you have real inside information, and you cheat. It's very hard to pick the bottom on a stock. I have a feeling the bottom in this stock was when Brandon's friend put out 50,000 shares with a stop limit order at 50 cents, and they went down and gobbled that up. I think the stock traded. I can't remember, 24.75. I know earlier in the year it went down to 22, like in the spring, but I think in the near term that 24.75, that 25 cents, will be your low. I'm sorry you got shaken out. I think it's a mistake for you to do that. On the other hand, I understand it because it's painful. But this is the power of a corrupt market. People just can't stand it anymore. And the tension builds up in incredible ways. It's anger, and if you're a man, anger usually leads to I just want to do something about it. You just want to, and there's nothing to do except sell your stock. That's the only thing you can do, and it's a shame because when it snaps back, you won't be in it. And then that you get whipsawed when it's at 50 cents, 70 cents, $1, you'll buy back in. And it's just, I'm sorry you had to sell, Bullish Whisper. Again, and my frustration, I think, comes from I can't express myself well. I'm not a good teacher. I can't get you to see what I see. you bought the stock in the 50s, which was cheap, but you didn't expect it to go this low, so you sold. Well, that means you still trust the system to correctly price stocks. So you're believing that out there in the over-the-counter market, the combination of buyers versus sellers is giving you a true reading on the value of Railtown stock. And I mean, that's what everybody tells you. Your broker will tell you, lawyers will tell you, people you meet will tell you, you know, advisors on X Spaces will tell you that, hey, the price is, that's the price, is telling you all you need to know. Well, you probably shouldn't have bought the stock at 50 cents because you didn't I don't believe you had in your mind what the stock is worth, what the company is worth. You don't believe it if you did. So one thing is you believe this market works and that it correctly prices stocks. And the other side of that, you know, tied in with that is that people believe that buyers cheat. So if insiders really knew, if Mavericks, for example, really knew how good AIP's revenue was and how good Conductor is, Mavericks would be breaking the law right now and violating their own signature on an NDA, and they'd be buying the stock. Well, I think that's wrong too. But there are people that believe that it would be showing up. And it will. There will be some cheating eventually, but you won't be able to you won't buy back your shares. I'm sorry that you bought it at 50 cents, and I'm sorry that you sold out. I hope you feel better, feel safer. And I trust you found a better place to put your money. Don't get upset when Railtown goes up. Just remember how you felt, and it's all feeling. It's not logic on your part. It's just feelings. But remember how badly you felt that your account was down, what, 40%, 35%? So you sold and you feel better. Just remember that when Railtown goes up. And it's very hard, Bullish Whisper, to pick the bottom in any stock anytime, particularly in these low price stocks. Anytime you buy a stock, it can be down 50%. I don't think if you did average down, I don't think you're down 50%. I did it for me. The stock closed at 2687, and my cost basis, I thought it was higher, frankly, but maybe I misread it. 3426. I bought it a year ago, and I bought it in June, and this is what I ended up with. 3426, and it closed at 2687. I think it's a pretty good proxy for most people out there but I don't know people's cost basis. But I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't close to what you were down, 0.3426 minus 0.2687. So I'm down 0.0739. And if I divide that by 0.3426, I'm down 21.5%. Now, I don't know. I think my price was higher a year ago, like 38 cents. But I thought my price in June was higher than that. Anyway, that's what it is. I'm down 21.5% overall, whether that's 6 months or 12 months. Look, it hasn't expired, worthless. It's not great, but the story's not over. And I don't think it'll take much for the stock to be back at 35 cents, darn it, because I wish I had money to average down here. So I don't know what to say, Bullish Whisperer, on how far you're down. You said you bought in the 50s and lower, but you had to sell because you didn't expect it to go this low. I'm not sure you should be. I guess you're a day trader. So I'm not going to tell you how to day trade because I'm not a day trader. And I don't play poker. Although occasionally after I met her, I tried to. But I don't think I'd be good sitting at a table managing my chips. And I would never be good as a day trader, which is clearly what you are. Maybe you're not. I shouldn't assume. But to me, Railtown, as it pulls back, it doesn't mean sell it. It means buy more. And so I'm sorry you sold it. But just remember, Bullish Whisper, and I'm going to guess you were down 25% or so, 30% at the most, if you average down at the most. That's a pretty low tolerance for volatility. So I don't think you should be trading or investing in these stocks. But anyway, I'm sorry you felt you had to sell, and there'll be other trades I'm sure you can find. I mean, if you listen to him and you buy early, you can usually make a little money if you get out early. Bullish Whisper, you seem to be angry and embarrassed because Tony was right and none of your price targets were. Well, I don't know how I seem. I would say that I wonder if angry is the right word. I am frustrated to the point of anger about the sheer monotonous of it, the monotony of it. And I am frustrated that I can't get it across. I don't think Tony was right. By what measure was Tony right? I don't want to show it to you, but when the stock was 22 cents, Tony was saying that, he was damning the stock. and ridiculing me with no information. So I don't think you can say Tony was right. Tony says he's long the stock, which means he paid as much. Maybe he didn't pay as much as you did, but he paid numbers close to what you did. So I don't think it's clear at all that he's right. He's claiming now, I guess, that he predicted this year the stock would be down. I guess that's what he's saying. I never said that. I never made my prediction a 6-month prediction, although I did have targets, if this, then that targets. And, you know, my information was wrong and the timing was wrong. Oddly, I think the TELUS news, which the shorts have convinced everyone is bad news, I just can't believe why people like yourself aren't buying more. I mean, TELUS has a brand new super computer with twice the computing power that it needs, with electricity, if you want to call it that, at half the price of any competitors, totally based in Canada. I believe they're going to use Cohere for the large language models. And they've selected Railtown, which is Railtown software is better than LangChain, which increases productivity and lowers costs to the end users. And it's just virgin compute power. It's all ready to go. And it has unlimited, for purposes of this discussion, it has unlimited capacity. The data center can ramp up from 0 to $1 billion worth of recurring revenue with no hitch. And guess what? Railtown can ramp up with no problem as well. So you know that you've got a country dedicated to keeping data and technology and IP and revenue inside of Canada. You know that TELUS was rolled out this data center 7 months ago. You know from what I read to you, if you were watching, they've already run 3 other apps across the data center over these months. They've been testing it. The data center is made up of the best chips available in the world, bought and paid for. Well, I don't know if they're fully paid for. It might have been with debt. But from NVIDIA's standpoint, they've been paid for and they're installed. There's no delay. So this thing's going to go from 0 to 120 miles per hour as soon as the flag is dropped. It's a pretty amazing story. And in the case of Railtown, TELUS built the data center. TELUS bought the NVIDIA chips. TELUS is responsible for the power. TELUS clearly is going to pay for the mailing to their own customers. I don't know who pays for the mailing to AIP's customers, but maybe that's something you just give to Dr. Tom Core and say, turn these on. I don't know. They have a monthly newsletter, so I don't know that it's that expensive. But Bullish Whisper, just look at two numbers. 100 million in annual spend by the AIP network companies on hosting. They're going to move that to TELUS. That's a historic spend. That's not counting for growth. That's not counting for the new companies, just 100 million. Use 20%. That's 20 million a year is going to come in from that, and it'll be growing. That's higher than the estimated annual revenue of Langchain. And it's all cash flow. It's $1.5 million a month of cash flow to the company from existing spending that they're going to control the movement over. That's one source. The other source is Bullish Whisper. $1 billion out of the $2 billion that Daniel Entwistle said that he's going to grow TELUS's revenue from AI-enabled sources, data centers. $2 billion. Use $1 billion. Don't use $2 billion. $1 billion at 20%. That's 200 million, and that's just 2 years from now. That's within these 2 years. So it's all within a research report's projectability. Well, you add 200 million, all cash flow, to 20 million, that's 220 million. You divide that, Bullish Whisperer, by 222 million shares fully diluted, and you got $1 a share of projectable revenue, gross revenue, and projectable net revenue going to Railtown. $1 a share. And the stock trades for 29 cents. And you sold it. I don't think Tony's right at all. Day trading, if you're telling me he predicted that the stock would go to 26 cents, I say you don't know what you're talking about. I never saw him predict anything. But if you want me to give him credit for predicting that the stock would go to 26 cents, I'll give it to him. I don't believe you that he predicted it. My price targets, you say that none of my price targets have been correct. Again, I have to go through that 10 dishes explanation that I was expecting the AIP deal to close in June. I was expecting that the company would start rolling up its ownership of those network companies during this year that we're still in. I was expecting there to be announcements of revenue deals. I was actually told there'd be up to 24 announcements between that May-June period and the end of the year. My information was wrong. But was it wrong because it's never going to happen? We don't know that yet. But you're very selective. I guess when you were watching me over these last months, you must have been busy with other things, because the AIP deal didn't get finished until November. There were no other announcements. There's been no revenue as far as I know for the company. Every announcement the company made did not include revenue because it's in a period, a blackout period. There's something like 20 investment banks up in Canada. My understanding, which probably is as good as my other understandings, but those 20 of those investment banks all either signed an NDA or because of the information they saw were bound by the rules. None of them can buy the stock. So I think you're wrong. If you're saying I agreed to some sort of contest with Tony, that by the end of the year he'd be right, I'd be wrong, that I never did. I never did. And all of my price targets were predicated on revenue or knowledge of revenue or predictions of revenue. And there's been zero of that. All of my price targets were predicated on buying coming in, and there's been no buying. All of my price targets were based on the algorithmic program selling ending or drifting down to a dribble, and that hasn't happened. So you can say Tony's correct, and that's fine. I hope you remember that when you rue having sold the stock. Now he's living rent-free in my head. No, he's not. No, he's not. I don't think about Tony. But I do think about guys like you who bought the stock and then sold it. You had to sell it because it was down. I get really frustrated with all that. I get frustrated that the system is so rigged that the shorts, I'd say 98% of the time, win. I can't think of a stock that's escaped it, including Wolf. They haven't escaped yet. And this Energy Vault, I'm not sure they've escaped yet, although both look stronger than others. But 2 dozen, 3 dozen stocks are under this kind of pressure. But no, don't, that's what's going to happen. You're going to try to make it about me against Tony. I don't give a shit about Tony. And he's not in my head at all. I think he's I think he works with the shorts, or he's so dumb that he thinks like a short anyway. He might as well be one. But whatever. That's his game. He can do whatever he wants. I want away from all this. And I think really what's going on with me, it's the end of the year. I don't want to be doing this anymore. You admitted you were wrong, so just leave it at that. Okay. Why don't we leave it at that? I'm bored with talking to you. Bullish, if I played a drinking game, every time you mentioned his name, I'd be drunk in 5 minutes. He was right, you were wrong. No need to keep insulting him. And before you call me a short, I am not. What was he right about? He didn't pick this stock. He didn't work it so we own 17 million shares. What was he right about? I don't know. Yeah, I guess you're right. All right, Bullish Whisperer, you convinced me. Tony was right. I was wrong. And that goes back to how I started this. I think I'm going to stop. Doing these. You just get your information from Tony. I'm wrong, he's right. He has direct access to the company. And I know he's got your best interests in heart. And I do think, now that you mention it, it's possible you work with the shorts. I don't know. Bullish Whisperer, you're so paranoid. You think everyone who isn't positive is a short. Well, very often it's true. It's not that I'm paranoid, but there's very few people to trust in this space. And it's odd that you would come on. You say you've been listening for months, never commented before. It's odd that you would come on to gloat when the stock is down. You're upset because Railtown talked to Tony. Yeah, I am. Tony works with the shorts. How would they know anything about him? They also talk to you. Yeah. Yeah. So you look at it two ways. One, they shouldn't have talked to him, and they shouldn't have talked to me. I'm just a YouTuber, which means I don't want to be doing this. Two, and I was pretty clear with people, you can't trust. So, no, you're right. Uh, when Tony told people not to buy it in June at 22 cents, 25 cents, he was right. When he told people not to buy it in July, he was right. When he talked to the company, I think in July, and suddenly recommended buying it or said he was long or whatever the hell, however he phrased it, I guess he was right then. The stock was 40 and 50 cents. And now it's down. So he's also right now that it's down. I guess I'm seeing your train of thought that he's been right. I guess I'm seeing it. They have the right to talk to any serious investors they choose. They don't obsess over who is who on YouTube or whatever. Thank you for that analysis. Ward Richardson, BASF, world's largest chemical company, is a partner of Quantum IQ. BASF and D-Wave completed a project that reduced the time needed to schedule a complex liquid filling line from 10 hours down to just 5 seconds. Wow. Operational win using D-Wave's hybrid quantum technology, which you're saying uses Railtown? Let me go back to that. What did you say up here? Quantum partnered with Railtown, and Railtown licensed conductor platform to Quantum to build a hybrid quantum cloud platform. Quantum IQ intends to connect its platform, powered by Railtown software, to D-Wave's quantum systems. This is huge. D-Wave is a leader in annealing quantum computing. BASF, the world's largest chemical company, partnered with Quantum IQ. BASF and D-Wave completed a project that reduced the time needed to schedule a complex liquid filling line from 10 hours down to just 5 seconds. Operational win using D-Wave's hybrid quantum technology. I'd say that's amazing. Ward Richardson, William, the year 2026 will be the year of software infrastructure, AI data centers, and quantum computing robotics. RT will do very well in these industries. And the point is, more than just RT, the amount of money that's going to come into all of those areas from Wall Street, from the Mag 7, from countries, from other companies trying to get in on the arms race, it's going to bring these valuations up. You brought up that one of these companies was purchased for $11 billion. I forget the name of it now, by IBM. They buy these companies not just to get the revenue. They buy these companies to keep them away from other companies. If somebody came in and paid $11 billion for Railtown, that'd be 49.5 cents, 49.50. It'd be $50 a share for Railtown. And that can happen. That can happen. MMTLP was the investment of a lifetime. Well, I don't know who you heard it from. You didn't hear it from me. I did believe early on that I guess I believe two things. One was that they would perhaps do something in the short run that could make the stock trade again. But as soon as it didn't happen right away, it would have had to happen that week or so. I didn't think it would happen. And more than that, I think if it had happened, we would have received nothing. But secondly, I thought people would move their shares of MMTLP, which is worthless, to the transfer agent at NextBridge. And I thought there was a real chance that NextBridge could raise money, prove up the Oro Grande, and that there would be not only value created per share by the Oro Grande, but that Wall Street would have to pay up to get out of the situation they were in. Little at that point did I realize just how broadly the corruption goes. And I don't know who you are, SRMH3YU, but I spent a lot of time on it, and I'm convinced now that there's zero going to come in a settlement on MMTLP. But I never recommended that as a buy. In fact, I had a friend who I trust. I knew the story from Torchlight Times. I really studied it, and but a friend of mine, telling me to buy it at 80 cents, and even lower, 60, 80, 70. And then it was $1 something. It was $2. You better buy it. I said, man. But I did on the last day or two before it stopped trading. I bought I can't remember, 4,269 shares at I'm getting some number wrong, at $8 and something. Anyway, because there were two reasons I did it. I liked the Torchlight story. I liked the Ora Grande story. And I figured, well, worst case, I can roll these shares into a viable oil and gas company. But best case, we can see what happens in a squeeze. Well, as you know, Jessica Hopper halted trading on the Thursday, and there was to be no squeeze, at least not one we knew about. There's some rumors or some evidence, I guess, that some shares went off at 2,400 and even 24,000 a share. So maybe there is some evidence a squeeze would have occurred. But FINRA, with the approval of the SEC, halted trading. And I think that's where it is. Trading was halted and there was no squeeze. I did talk to the company, talked to Greg last week, and just, nothing privileged or nothing earth-shaking. And I'll tell you what, that's a good guy to hitch your wagon to. So if you haven't moved the shares over to NextBridge, I'll tell you two things that struck me from my conversation with him. One is, and I might be extrapolating, he might have raised some money too, but in essence, he's vouching for it. He knew that the SEC's request for updated numbers would take time and be expensive. So he put up his own money. And any other company would have just ceased to be. So not only did they catch up those 2 years, they're on the verge of catching up the rest. And it has been expensive. And his fight, his desire to do the right thing, both for his investors and for you, shines through. Secondly, his ability to create value with oil and gas projects, I think, is very good. I don't think the Ora Grande is necessarily finished. On the other hand, I don't necessarily know that anybody's sure how that will all conclude. But the Southern Louisiana projects, the first one I think was called Panther, didn't work, but they're on to the next one. And I think they have a total of 3 left, which doesn't increase the odds of any one of them working. If you have 4 long shots, it doesn't increase the odds of one coming in. It might make you feel better. So the Panther didn't work, but each of these have reasonable amount of, let's call it science, closeology and seismic and production. Nearby is closeology. They have enough going for them that these can be company makers. I would put the odds very low on each one of them, like 5%, 7% that they work. But if one of them works, and they're pretty much paid for by his buying them and then swapping out. So it's other people's money. But if one of these deep targets works, it's a company maker. And it's enough for you to make your money back if you've, well, at least potentially, I don't know the specifics, but on each one. But if you haven't moved your MMTLP as bad advice was given to you, I think you should move it to NextBridge, because those kind of surprises can change a story overnight. In general, on NextBridge, it's clear that Greg believes and understands exactly how bad these people are. And going back to Horse Whisperer, I don't care about Tony. He doesn't live in my mind, but the shorts do. And for a company to talk to shorts, or even to talk to a guy who, after talking to him, and he's not a serious investor, he's a, anyway, I guess we can have different opinions. But I think the company compromises its own plan when it gives away its game plan to the shorts. That's how I see him. It's the shorts that are in my mind, not him in particular. But I guess he's a great guy. But I think Greg sees what the shorts have done. I think some of the advice you received to leave your shares at MMTLP is just terrible advice. Once this last set of numbers get to the SEC, a cost borne by Greg McCabe himself, he's going to raise money and be ready to go. So I wouldn't give up on MMTLP by a long shot. The shorts are going to keep at it, and they're a scary group. But and I might write to him to put some of my thoughts in writing, because the shorts can make any good story bad, any good story bad. Just by causing the issuance of a lot of stock. But I don't think that $40 million that they're going to raise, I don't think it's going to be at a de minimis stock price. I don't know what it's going to be. I tried to find out. But I don't think it's going to be a low enough price for the shorts to win. So I think you can still make a lot of money in NextBridge, not in MMTLP. But I think you have to move your shares over to NextBridge. I personally think oil, unless we go to war, I think oil next year, possibly the following year, if the world goes into an economic crash, almost a depression, I think oil can go to $25, $30 a barrel, and we can have another one of these periods of time where banks and private equity are regurgitating projects. But I don't think it'll last for very long. The world, I mean, in rough numbers, we've had the pandemic, we've had a slowdown in Europe, we've had China's productivity going down as well. But in general, the world produces 100 million barrels of oil a day, and it consumes in general 100 million barrels of oil a day. The problem with those numbers is a lot of the production is assumed. That's one problem. Another problem is a lot of the production is weird things like olive oil, believe it or not. So supply and demand of oil is very tight. But it has not taken much in a period of cheap money of non-commercial projects, particularly in the United States, to produce oil kind of like on a, what do you call it, a hamster wheel. Because of helicopter Ben's money and the greed of Wall Street and private equity for fees, there was a lot of money poured into tight drilling, horizontal drilling that never should have. But it was. It was. And only the fiction of endless cheap money made these projects marginally productive on a dollar in, dollar out basis. But over a period of time, and particularly when oil prices collapsed, most of them got mothballed. And most are not coming back, by the way. The Permian Basin picked up a lot of the difference, mainly because of one change, and it was the Texas Railroad Commission that did it. It used to be, and this change occurred, I don't remember when, but at least a decade ago. It might be longer. But you used to drill in Texas vertically. Obviously, it was Mitchell Energy who cracked the code on fracking, which made horizontal drilling so successful, and that was I'm trying to run when they had their breakthrough. That was the Barnett. And I would say that was the mid to late 90s. And when the breakthrough came, and that set up the Permian and elsewhere to go in where you had vertical wells, to go in, turn your bit 45 degrees and go drill out and then frack. And you could bring all that production with one well hole, albeit a long, expensive one. Well, it used to be in Texas that the Railroad Commission would limit your production by zone. So when you drilled vertically, you would usually start at the bottom, but you could start anywhere. You'd plug your hole, and then you'd open it into the zone that you wanted to produce. I believe, and I may be wrong on this, that it usually started from the lowest zone first, but you've got me there, because maybe you could produce a middle zone and then go in and put pipe and then break through the bottom, the bottom plug and open deeper to go to a lesser zone. But in any event, the point is the Texas Railroad Commission used to limit your production to a zone in the well. So you would produce that zone until it was no longer commercial, because you didn't want to leave any oil behind pipe, or behind, in period. It wouldn't be behind pipe, it just, you'd leave it in the reservoir. So once you did that, you'd come up pipe, plug that, come up pipe, and then bullet out the pipe and go into the next zone where there were reserves behind pipe. And then you'd come to that zone and you'd produce that over how many years, and then you'd go to the next. So if you had a vertical well with 5 or 6 zones, you produced one at a time. That's what changed with horizontal drilling, I think, and fracking. I think maybe it became hard to measure it, or it just became a policy decision. But the Railroad Commission changed the rules so that you could produce all zones at the same time in a well. So anyway, that really changed the dynamics of the Permian Basin. And everybody started drilling in the Permian to a maximum. And so you remember all the magazine covers, shale oil versus Saudi Arabia. I would argue it was really the Permian against Saudi Arabia. Yes, shale oil was in there, but it was the Permian that came on like gangbusters. And I think in many ways the Permian has continued to keep that balance of 100 million barrels of oil produced per day versus 100 million barrels consumed. In fact, sometimes consumption is below that, but I would argue production is a lot below that. Even though we didn't benefit directly, Iraq's production has gone up. Iraq is the world's largest conventional oil reserves left, period. And their production went up from next to nothing. I don't remember now, but I think it might be as high as 5 or 6 million barrels of oil a day. It's pretty high. But I could be wrong. I haven't studied it in a while. Libya went from next to nothing when Hillary destroyed the government, but I think it's back up to 1 or 2 million barrels a day. The Soviet Union went, well, now in Russia, production is, again, I haven't looked recently, but I believe it's up to 10 or 12 million barrels a day. The United States is number 1. I think Russia's number 2. They say Saudi Arabia is number 3. I don't believe those numbers, but it's possible, I suppose, if they're doing a lot of fracking and a lot of horizontal drilling that we don't know about. The UAE's come up. Brazil has actually been producing the sub-salt oil, but I don't know how much more is there. There is going to be oil in southwest Africa. I think there's going to be oil there, but it's going to take a while to come on. So anyway, this is all my way of pointing out to you that oil is very balanced right now. Every field, every well has a decline curve. The Saudi decline curve used to be 5 to 7% per year. So let me give you a number. If Saudi Arabia were producing 10 million barrels of oil a day at the beginning of the century, and they never replaced any oil, the decline curve is 5% per year per day. So in other words, they're 10 million barrels of oil a day. By the end of the year, it'd be 9.5 million barrels of oil a day. By the end of that next year, it'd be slightly above 9 million barrels of oil a day. By the end of that next year, it'd be somewhat above 8.5 million barrels of oil a day. By the end of that next year, it'd be somewhat over 8 million barrels of oil a day. What makes up the difference is new drilling, and in their case, they flood the Garwar field. But I'm not at all sure that they're keeping up. They must be keeping up somehow, because it hasn't shown up yet. But the world's oil production declines at about 5% a day per year. So you've got to keep adding. There's 100 million barrels roughly produced a year. You've got to find 5 million new barrels a day per year to keep it at 100 million. And that, they're not finding it. They are not finding it. I've given you some areas that came up. Iraq went from next to nothing up. Israel's scrambling to steal the oil from Syria, and they're already stealing the gas from Palestine to sell it to Egypt. Those have come up a little bit. But the Permian, well, if you listen to Art Berman, the Permian has already peaked. But no one knows. It's very hard to call exactly. I don't think the next time oil prices go up, that Wall Street's going to give money to tight sands and horizontal drilling pell-mell. You've got Venezuela's oil, Canada's oil, but this is sludge. You got to melt it first, basically. Now we're going to run into a time where oil prices go to 500, as high as or higher than $1,000 a barrel. I think it's going to start, if I had to guess where it's going to start when the new king of Saudi Arabia announces that the empty quarter is going to be saved for future generations. And sometime around then, the Garwar field waters out. If the Garwar field waters out, you take 5 million barrels, 4.5 million barrels a day off the market, not to return. And you take away the illusion that Saudi Arabia can just turn on the taps to meet excess demand. I think there's only possibly 2 countries in the world that can expand their production, but I'm not sure anymore. The UAE, but they're already up to, I think, 4 million barrels a day. And Libya, I think, still could, but the country is in turmoil. Iraq, I think, is at its maximum right now. Iran can't do it, I don't think. I think that's why they've looked into nuclear power. The Soviet Union uh, has been successful, but I don't think how much longer can they keep at the high levels. It's possible that they'll find new reserves, but the Caspian was a failure. I think they're doing a lot of the stuff we're doing in the United States. And remember, in Russia, their demand for domestic demand for oil is going up. Same in the Middle East. Africa, China, Southeast Asia, demand is going up. Mexico, demand is going up. Pemex is a place. Mexico is a place where maybe they could start finding more oil, but all of it comes with a lag time. All of it comes with a lag time. So anyway, I think you're going to see a period of 5 to 15 years with really high oil prices, and NextBridge is going to benefit from that. But first, oil will go down, and then I really think you're going to see $500 a barrel or more for a generation. And it's going to change our lives. And you're going to want to own NextBridge instead of being a day trader. You're going to want the income from oil. Anyway, let's leave that there. Ward Richardson, Quantum IQ future plans for RT software integration with providers such as IBM Quantum and D-Wave, plus major hyperscalers, Amazon, Microsoft, Azure, Google Cloud, and AI platforms like CoreWeave. Scalable infrastructure, exactly. This is the biggest part of the Railtown story that I guess Tony missed in his chat. And I hope Whisperer had another slug of whiskey. Is the biggest message that Tony should have taken or could have taken instead of just sticking by his own DD and saying it's going to take 2 years. You guys, you can fall into thinking this is personal between me and Tony. I don't give a crap about Tony. What I do care about is this message. If you buy that message, you're not going to make money in Railtown. You're not. And there are not many times in your lifetime where an entire technology change is occurring, where an entire industry is being revolutionized, is occurring, where Wall Street's gearing up for trillions of dollars of spending, and where Wall Street has a monopoly, an oligopoly on value creation through private pipelines. They'll pick a Zuckerberg, they'll pick a Bezos and take them soup to nuts. And they destroy the over-the-counter market. They destroy the NASDAQ market. So there is no native bubbling up of capital formation. Yet somehow in that situation, one company was public. And it wasn't glommed onto by the voracious appetites of these private equity boys and girls that deserve to take the 10x and the 15x and the 20x from your pockets because they went to Harvard. That's what's on my mind. I couldn't give a crap about Tony. I give a crap that you're looking at a gift horse in the mouth. You have an opportunity to buy in to a company at a seed round valuation because it's public. instead of being private. If it were private, you wouldn't even be given the chance to buy. You wouldn't even be given the chance to buy. And you can buy it, but then you're listening to this crap of these people. And you're telling yourself that the stock is priced where it should be. And that if the story were so good, the buyers would be cheating. You're going to miss out on, I think, a whipsaw up to $5 a share. You can't listen to the story. That's what this guy misses. I don't care. For every Tony, there's a Timmy and a Vinny and a Frank and Dan. Every one of them. It's all the same crap. You just can't listen to the story. And if one of them is not, somehow isn't what they appear to be, it's not worth the risk. You got to block them all out. Tony is the guy that told you this was a shit stock from the start. Now he's saying it's finally at the price. And people are saying he's right. It's to cause you to doubt what I'm telling you, which is fine. I'm a whack job. I get angry. I get upset. But if you doubt it, you're not going to be in it. That's what frustrates me. I don't care if I'm right. I want you to be in the stock when it goes to $5. And then when it's $5, I don't want you selling it because a win for retail. I want you to judge the lay of the land right there. As long as the market's not crashing, why not wait till Microsoft pays, I don't know, $21 a share in stock? The risk is, of course, it'll get sold at a lower price. After talking to Corey, I believe he'll sell the stock at any price shareholders vote on. And then a lot of that value that I'm talking about will come in the next stock. But what worries me there, I don't think he's thinking about it, but if Microsoft were to pay $5 a share, he figures, and I'm not speaking for him. These are my words. He figures if it's going to go to 50, you'll pick that up in Microsoft stock. But what bothers me is once Microsoft has bought this company, then your risk is that the whole stock market crashes and Microsoft will go down with it. So I don't like that. I hope he does not sell the company for $5 a share to Microsoft. TELUS is a little different because TELUS will have a dividend, it'll have revenue. And if they sell it at $5 or $10 a share, or 1-for-1, maybe we get $13 a share. I think there's upside in TELUS's stock. But anyway, it's all too soon to predict any of that stuff. It's all too soon. But anyway, sorry, Ward, to go back to it, rail engine is robotics. Rail engine, conductor, and rail tracks are scalable. The data center is massively scalable. You can go from next to zero revenues to projectable revenues in a week, in a month, in a quarter. That's the story of Railtown. And if you're on the sidelines because you paid 50 cents and it's down, so you had to sell, well, I just hope you remember that it felt good to sell. Ward Richardson, William, I picked up 5,148 shares today. That's awesome, Ward. That is possum. Possum, possum, possum. Jason. Wow. Jason Harbison. So maybe you were part of one of those 50,000 share trades today? Jason Harbison. Good for you, Jason. Bravo, you and Ward and Justin and Sam and Hawaii and, well, Pete sold. And Steve, amazing, amazing. I'm very proud of you. Very proud of you. Very, very proud of you. Couldn't be more proud of you. Justin Babish bought 700 more. All right. I think I saw 700 trade. That's gone now. Ward congratulates Jeff. Silver skyrocket. Who keeps telling you the stock is trading at the correct price? Your mama. No, it's there are investors who have told me that the stock is trading where it should be because there's no news or there's no research. I just don't agree with it. But I guess if what you mean is because of the computerized selling, because no buying is there, and the company hasn't been able to talk about the TELUS deal, if I'm making up a scenario, and therefore the stock's trading here, that's as an explanation, I think that makes sense, but I don't think it's where it should be trading. But you get into semantics, and I get frustrated, which doesn't help anybody. Lockup, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Wow, can you believe it? That's a lot of years on this planet for me. A lot of years. It's funny. New Year's Eve used to be so compelling. I had to be out. I had to go. Now I'd rather just stay in. Barely social gator. It's getting closer to my 24-cent entry point. Maybe it'll dip one more time for me on Friday. I doubt it, but anything's possible, barely social. I hope people listening to you are not waiting for 24 cents. It is possible, though. At any point in time, the way to do it is put an order in under the market. Don't wait for it. Because if it goes down, it'll be quick, I think. But you're getting people. There's day traders and traders versus investors. And when you try to mix the two together, it's nearly impossible. It's like mixing a long distance runner with a sprinter or a badminton player with Novak Djokovic or, a WNBA player with an NBA player. It doesn't mix. It doesn't mix. But I don't think it's going to. I think you saw your low today. But we'll see. You're right. They could press it down on Friday. They could press it down on next Monday. Who knows? Anything's possible. Ward Richardson. William, NVIDIA is paying $20 billion to license AI chip technology from Grok. Wow, 20 billion? In cash? Justin Babish, but what does TELUS know about running an AI tech company? There is more to RT than what they're delivered to TELUS. I agree with you. Well, there's at least two, if not three, other parts of Railtown. One is all the developer business they'll do anyway. Two is the roll up of those companies at AIP. And three is other data centers. Bell Canada, Microsoft. I mean, these are huge markets. Imagine, Justin, that you're proving up your product like LangChain is, and I'm not trying to speak ill of them, but they're proving it up one developer at a time, one company at a time, which is great. It's great. But Railtown is proving up their product sort of on a wholesale level. In other words, each of those companies that uses LangChain has to host their product somewhere. Railtown is doing it at the hosting. And there's some overlap and there's some imprecision in my example, but for the time being, Justin, the upside, to me anyway, in the story is all TELUS. Now, you're right, TELUS doesn't know anything about AI per se. So you're exactly right on that. And that's hence, what TELUS does know is they are a hyperscaler. So they can create the data center, they can create the NVIDIA racks, they can create electrical power at half the cost, and they can provide Canada. Oh, Canada. So they know all that, but they don't have the AI. So I think they'll turn to Cohere, but they could turn to Anthropic or OpenAI. They'll turn to somebody else for the large language model. Fine. And then they turn for the ADK, the Agentic Developer Kits, they turn to Railtown. And you're exactly right. So I think that's why any revenue sharing is going to be skewed higher than 10%. I don't know, a third? I think getting up to a third is a little high. But I don't know, 20% seems reasonable. But who really knows? But you're exactly right. They need Railtown. And that's why I think the TELUS deal is so exciting, frankly. And I think TELUS knows they're in a competition with Microsoft and with the rest of them, Bell Canada. TELUS is ready to go. And part of being ready to go means you have to provide a product that the enterprises who are creating AI as a product, they need to rely on your data center as the best. How do you get the best? You use Railtown. So I think it's a perfect storm. Now, of course, Justin, in what I described, there's a little bit of execution risk. And so I guess one of the things that would be a disaster is if you turned on they've already got 3 customers using the NVIDIA data, the TELUS data center. I don't know if they're using Rail already with those. I don't know. But wouldn't it be terrible if they turned it all on, let's say in March, and it blacked out? That would be terrible. But I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. They've run the data center through its paces. My understanding is the NVIDIA chips, or whatever you call them, they've got at least double the capacity, so they've got backup capacity if something happens. And then the Railtown, I think, is ready to go. And I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know it. I don't know it. I wouldn't be surprised if Railtown's already been tested by TELUS. I don't know that, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's been quite a few months. And I think the reason we're all in this blackout period from buying is the testing is going on. So it's all for the good. It's frustrating, but I think it's all for the good. And I do agree with you, though, Justin. There's a hell of a lot more to Railtown than what they deliver to TELUS. A hell of a lot more. Imagine this. Imagine that Railtown proves its concept, its ability to ramp, and its ability to generate ginormous cash flows at one data center, maybe 2 with TELUS. To my memory, Microsoft has over 400 data centers around the world. Just Microsoft is going to say, we need Railtown on all our data centers. There's China, there's Korea, there's Poland, there's Saudi Arabia, there's Russia, there's the United States, there's Rhode Island. It's pretty exciting. Dirty Randy. There's some people you'd want in the foxhole with you. I would say Dirty Randy sounds like one of those. Go enjoy New Year's. F these clowns like Toronto Boy and Corey. I don't know who. I don't know. But yeah, we'll do Happy New Year's. Happy New Year, Donna says. And Donna thanks Ward. Donna thanks Ward for the X. Oh, good, Pete. You're down 10. Yeah, sorry. All right. You didn't sell. Yeah, Pete, I'm sorry that it's awful, this part of the problem is nobody knows the story. You know, Railtown would be a story when I was younger, which unfortunately is a long time ago. When I was younger, Railtown would be a story that 15 of the brokers in the office would be building a position. Or you'd go on your President's Club trip and you'd find out the guy in the Hartford office built a position. Or a friend of yours from training who worked at Alex Brown would call up and say, can you talk to my client he owns 10 million shares or whatever. Sure. And then an analyst from Prudential Base would put you on with one of the guys out of Goldman, and you'd get to know him, and he'd say, you know, I've got my clients in this, you know, can you talk to him? Sure. Guy from Goldman. But anyway, it would just be like that. Everybody would be talking the story. And nobody's talking the story, Pete. Nobody. Nobody is talking the story. Nobody. And somehow, you know, you get a lukewarm, well, I had a chat with the CEO and I like my due diligence, and let me reiterate all the risks, and just wait 2 years and diversify. What that was a waste of a phone call, frankly. And whoever set the CLO up with that phone call should be embarrassed. Sorry, I'm calling it the way I see it. Doesn't mean the tiger's in my head, but the tiger represents the onslaught of this systemic steal. But what allows it is Wall Street's completely changed. It's completely changed. Nobody builds positions anymore. There's no research for stocks under probably $10. Brokers, wealth advisors do not solicit orders anymore to buy stocks. Maybe they solicit orders to go in the, you know, the Morgan Stanley AI trust for your children bust fund with an equity kicker. So no one's telling the Railtown story, Pete, and that's the problem. Yeah, I'm going to cross that off. I'm glad you're still in it. But like that other gentleman pointed out, they still want the stock to go down, and it might. And that'll be good for Donna. That'll be good for Giddy up. And maybe for some other people to add to their stock position in Railtown. But what will come, Pete, is people will start talking about Railtown. I think it's going to happen so quickly. I think the window to buy the stock is going to be relatively short before the stock is bought out. But I could be wrong on that. I've been wrong before. Nobody's telling me it's going to get bought out. No one's telling me that. But the numbers are really big for Pete, just so you don't get discouraged. Let me give you a number, and Tony will make fun of me. This guy here gives you the impression that Tony is perfect, but Tony is making fun of my $55 target, which I never said was guaranteed. I never guaranteed anything. But if Railtown can go to using the 2 TELUS data centers, if Railtown can go to $1 or $2 billion in shared revenue over a 2-year period, let's say it goes to $2 billion shared revenue over a 3-year period at 20%, that's $400 million in revenue that comes to Railtown. Once it starts coming, it lasts essentially forever until the next technology breakthrough happens. But for our purposes, it's forever. It's 10 years, 20 years. It's the economic life of any prospectus projection. So you'll have in that example, of course, it's 2 to 3 years to get to that, but you'll have research projecting $400 million in revenue to Railtown's interest. You'll have people inside of Microsoft looking at that, and they'll say, we can make $400 million a year in revenue if we owned it, and that's just 2 data centers. So that's $400 million a year for 10 years. That's $40 billion out of 2 data centers in Canada for a 10-year period, assuming no growth. $40 billion. Well, I'll tell you what, Pete, a guy like Microsoft, and I have no idea. I'm going to the fantasy edge here. But a guy like Microsoft will look at that and say, you know what? Let's go see if we can buy it for $20 billion, for $10 billion. And then they get in a bidding war with Google and Amazon and maybe TELUS. A guy like Microsoft would pay $40 billion in stock for 400 million. I got it wrong. I got my numbers wrong. They'd pay $4 billion. It's a problem. I got to write down my numbers. 400 million a year. So it'd be 4 billion over 10 years. Of cash flow. So Microsoft could pay, let me just make sure. Yeah, that's right. I just was explaining it wrong, incorrectly. Microsoft would be willing to pay $40 billion. Microsoft would be willing to pay $40 billion, maybe. I think that's high. I'm going to lower it to 10 billion. In a bidding war, they might go higher, but they'd pay 10 billion for 4 billion in cash over 10 years. That's a pretty high rate of return. What I was trying to get is a 10% rate of return. For 4 billion, well, that's what you do. You do 400 million divided by 0.1. That's 4 billion. So they'd pay 4 billion to get a 10% rate of return. 4 billion in stock. divided by 222 million. It's $18 a share. And remember, that's just one data center, maybe two, but it's probably just the one data center. Now, Microsoft, on the other hand, might be willing to pay. Microsoft might be willing to pay $40 billion if one data center in Canada is making $400 million a year. That's one data center, and Microsoft has 400 data centers worldwide. I don't know if all 400 would make that kind of return, but let's say 200 of them can do 400 a year. That's 80 billion. It's huge numbers. Pete, if one data center in Canada grows to 400 million for Railtown per year, so in other words, I'm saying that it goes to $2 billion shared revenue in 3 years at 20%. And Microsoft has 400 data centers, and they figure half of them, if they owned Railtown, could also generate 400 million in revenue to Railtown per year. That's 80 billion in revenue per year. Let's say it's 5 years down the road. Microsoft all day long would pay 40 billion for Railtown. All day long. I don't think it's going to get to those absurdly high numbers, but I just want to give you that number so that you do not despair and you do not give up on the upside. It's $180 a share. Now, I'm not calling for that to happen. I do stand by $55, but I have a caution that the company might get sold before it gets to 55. So you might have to, let me use an example. If TELUS bought Railtown for $27.50 a share, I'm not saying they would, but maybe there's a bidding war. So you get 2 shares of TELUS stock for every 1 share of Railtown. They're just issuing stock. They're not paying cash, but they're bringing in the revenue that they'd otherwise be paying out to Railtown. Well, if you have 2 shares of $13 stock, you get $26, $27 a share. Call it $27.50. Well, if TELUS then goes from $13 to $30 a share, well, you've made your $55 a share in Railtown that way. And I think that could happen. Look, the big numbers are the assumptions one has to make to get to the big numbers. They just magnify the risk of being wrong quite a bit. But I think the key thing is TELUS is going to prove up the Railtown power of generating revenue in data centers. The world is full of data centers who want to keep up with AI. If Railtown is proven and I think we'll beat LangChain, somebody's going to buy Railtown. I think it's going to be Microsoft, because Microsoft can overpay for Railtown. Microsoft can give an absurd number. $15 billion maybe. In stock at $67 a share. In stock. And then Microsoft can sell Railtown to all of Microsoft's own data centers, requiring the users of those data centers to run the revenue and to run their products through Railtown. So Microsoft can bump its own internal revenue, and it's a little sleight of hand maybe. They take revenues they're already receiving, allocate it to the Railtown side, and they bump up their own valuation. Pete, I know the numbers I'm throwing out are just too high to believe. But what did IBM pay for Cohesive? They paid $11 billion. Microsoft could pay $11 billion in stock in a bidding war with TELUS and Amazon, and that's $50 a share. Alternatively, Microsoft could offer $5 billion, and Corey puts it out to everybody, and everybody says, yeah, that's great. Problem is, to me, is Microsoft stock is already so expensive. I'd much rather TELUS came in at $5 billion and we rode TELUS up. But anyway, my point is, at $5 billion, you get Microsoft stock worth $22.50 a share. My question would be, how high can Microsoft really go if we're running into the end of the bull market? But anyway, that's pretty nice. But imagine if Microsoft, Pete, says, you know what, we're going to buy it because we want that revenue and we want Railtown on the top of all our data centers. But we don't give a crap about this AIP network. We don't have the manpower. We don't want to roll it up. We just don't want to deal with it. So what if Corey calls up Constellation Software and says, you know, we're selling conductor and rail engine and lang tracks to Microsoft, but we'd like to work with you to roll up these 400, or by then 250 companies. And is there some way we could work together on that? And Constellation Software says, hell no, we'll just buy it from you. What if they gave $1 billion for, I don't know, it stretches in. What if we got Constellation Software stock and Microsoft stock? I'm telling you, it's possible, Pete. So don't despair. Don't despair. January might be tough, Pete, because I think they're going to continue trying to tell us everything is bad news, that Tony is right and I'm wrong. But you know, I never said take a snapshot. By the way, I've never heard Tony predict anything, so I don't know that he's right. But it's trying to get you in the game that it's trading money, that it's hot money. It's just not that. What it is Railtown has a value as a company, as an entity. Somebody's going to buy it, I think. I don't think it's going to be a unicorn. So if it gets in a bidding war, and there's apparently an arms race, and by the way, Pete the Greek, I looked it up, and maybe Ward can try to find out. I Googled it too. There, Microsoft bought some small ADK company. I want to say it was doing 21 million in revenue, or it was worth 21 million. That's what it was. It was worth 21 million. I can show it to you, but probably not today. So I asked Corey, does Microsoft have, see, my vocabulary isn't great. Amazon has a hookup. It has the hyperscaling. It has a hookup, I think, with Anthropic. And then it has a deal with LangChain, but it's not exclusive or anything. Google has, it is a hyperscaler. It owns OpenAI. Anyway, it owns a large language model, and it has its own ADK. Well, I said, does Microsoft have its own ADK? The answer is no, it doesn't. Microsoft does not have its own ADK. So, you know, Sequoia is going to try to sell LangChain to Microsoft at some point. And Microsoft can afford to buy both. But I submit to you, and of course there's some assumptions here. If Railtown passes the execution process, the hookup process with flying colors, which I assume it will, and Thales turns on its data centers in the first quarter, January, February, March, and both ramp up, scale 0 to infinity, I think Microsoft, it's just sitting there. They're going to want to buy Railtown because whatever Microsoft pays for Railtown, internally, they can create the value that they paid writ large because they're not doing it one developer at a time. They're doing it one data center at a time, and they own 400 data centers. Now, I might be getting way ahead of my own skis, and I might be too optimistic, but that's the upside I see. So, Pete, your pain is going to pay you. You are going to get paid for your pain. I don't know about January because they're going to keep the pressure on. I don't know what news has to be released before Mavericks can start buying the company, the stock. So if I had to guess, we're going to have to slog through the 5 weeks of January, which is fine. Maybe that gives me time to, you know, become a gigolo and put all my profits into Railtown. I'll finally get married to somebody 94 years old. With my luck, she'll live to 107. Pete the Geek, I still have 40. That's great. That is great, Pete. I'm so glad. I'm going to make sure I have that. I think I already have it. I'm so glad you do, because if 40,000 goes to 2250, I think I know the answer, but I'm going to make sure. Yeah, I was going to say a million, but I'm wrong. It's $900,000. It's a lot of money. Ward Richardson, hello Donna, Happy New Year. Yes, the story is getting bigger and bigger. I'm excited for Railtown. By the way, Rail Engine coming soon. I think Rail Engine is the, let me put it this way. I thought it was the AIP that was holding up the buying, the news, the material, inside information. And then I still think it could be TELUS and TELUS News. But when I asked Corey if Railtown was first to market, he said technically Langchain beat us. I think he said, but I don't know if I wrote it down. But I think he said technically Langchain beat us by a few weeks. But what was interesting is what he said afterward. He said it's not a big deal. The reason that we weren't ready is we had to finish Rail Engine. And he said it took 2 years to build it. It was a heavy lift. And I get the impression nobody has Rail Engine. Nobody has it. And it took 2 years. Now, could somebody spend money and hire a bunch of programmers to create Rail Engine in a month? I suppose. I don't know, but that's a risk in technology. Somebody can dedicate a Manhattan project to it. But in the meantime, that's their risk. Rail Engine is ready to go. And it's on their website. So I don't think it's so much about coming soon. I think it's already here. He said, I think he said, it's what I wrote down. He said, do you remember the PC? And I said, yes. He said, the PC made Microsoft. And he said, Microsoft is still the #1 company providing tools for software developers, SDKs, Microsoft. He said, Amazon and Google are chipping away at it, but Microsoft owns the software developer space. They called Microsoft early on. Microsoft did not have the vision of the ADK at that time. What they're projecting is the SDK market. Every bit of software with the SDK, built with SDK, will need to be replaced with agentic software or upgraded. So this market, and this goes to Justin's point, this market will be hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars. That's what he said to me. And he says, you're going to replace the SDK, the software, with AI apps, agentic functionality. And he says it's happening right now. It's not that, is it going to happen? It's happening now. I did ask him about what if Sequoia spent all this money, could they blow you out of the water? And he said it's impossible for someone to blow us out of the water. And he said further, there's no way anyone can own this sector. All of us, anybody player, LangChain, whatever, all of us can be big because the market keeps expanding. And he said that the agentic application, the adoption of agentic applications is happening at lightning speed. He said currently there's over 30 different software languages, and they're all gigantic. It's the biggest space on the planet. Software runs everything. He says ChatGPT was when the world went, I wrote down aha. He had a different word. The biggest industry on the planet, the transformation shift to AI run software is happening. Everyone is replacing or embedding NVIDIA chips. So this process has already started. Eventually, some of the others will catch up with NVIDIA, but until then, that's why NVIDIA's price has gone almost straight up. ADKs are called frameworks, and they're built to interact with the large language models. And Railtown is agnostic to which vertical you're in. So the Rail engine, which is an ADK, took 2 years to build, and it's a heavy complicated piece, but it's commercial. And it gives real-time responses when they're needed in microseconds. They can process multiple inputs at the same time. And then there's RailTracks, which is ADK, and that's the way of searching historical data. It's not real time. It's a focused set of data. And then in the middle is Conductor. And this was another really heavy lift. This is where you observe your large language models and your ADKs. And this is also, as he put it, where you keep your electricity bill. You keep your runtime bill, your TELUS bill down because of conductor. It makes sure that things don't go in an endless loop and aren't repetitive. And so you spend all this money building your company, building your data center. You want to keep the cost of using that data center down if you're one of the customers. And that's where one of the ways conductor comes in. He talked to me about the U.S. Cloud Act. I'm not going to read the rest of it, but I just saw in my notes that I guess I can put a probably in front of it, but when TELUS starts the new data center, they're going to create a brand new bundle. And it's going to be a bundle of joy. Donna, I'm holding. Keith, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Ward Richardson, William RT will hit the floor running this year. I agree with you. June, Happy New Year. Thank you of you wishing excellently health, abundance, and friendships. That means I have to get several dogs. Jack Hamilton out fishing. Just got off the water. I want to say Happy New Year to me and everyone else. Happy New Year to you, Jack. Jack says hi to Donna. Donna says, hey, Jack, did you catch a lot of fish? Justin, so I will not vote in favor. Justin says, of selling the company to TELUS. Opportunity worldwide is huge. 40 billion sell price is a fair target. Let's hold for the tidal wave to gain strength. I agree with you, Justin, and I like how you think about it. To me, and I guess that's room to get ridiculed, but to me, the company, if it proves that it's the critical piece and the first piece, because LangChain doesn't do it, on the data center, imagine, Justin, that London starts using self-driving. It's probably not a good example with all those black cabs, but let's say London starts using self-driving taxis. Let's say Paris starts using self-driving taxis. Let's say Beijing starts using self-driving taxis. I hope they don't. They'll steal the software. But let's say Nairobi. Anyway, LA. All of a sudden, you need rail engine at a bunch of data centers around the world. That's one example. What if the U.S. Army? Well, let's not go to war. But there's a lot of real-time decision making that could benefit from massive compute power at data centers, and that's Railtown right now. There may be others, and the market is huge, but I really think the stock could be worth a lot to us in a sale. And I like how you think about it. Joe Marty grabbed 46. Wow. Under 47 cents? I'm so jealous of you guys. So jealous. But I'm happy for everyone. Happy for everyone. 26.72. That's amazing. Joe Marty, you got that 200,000 in my head. And I'm with you, Justin. I think anything under 5 billion is going to be a letdown. Well, in fairness to some advice I've gotten, um, uh, you know, I don't want to be putting sugar plums in people's heads. My high targets could be totally wrong. If uh, I don't know, use my favorite, Microsoft, if they were to come in at $1 billion or $1 billion or half a billion early, I think the company would have a hard time turning it down. So it's, it's a moving revenue scale. The sooner they buy, the less of the upside they have to buy. Does that make sense? If Microsoft buys the company in January, they don't have to pay for projected revenue 3 years from now because nobody believes it yet. But as the quarter goes by, as the months get into next year, it's possible the ramp up happens spectacularly. Well, then the future projections of revenue become more believable. So the longer Microsoft waits to buy, the more they have to pay for future revenue. So it really depends when they do it. And I guess, Marty Party, I guess partly why I'm putting higher numbers out there is I think it's completely doable if they do have this rail engine and conductor that are so much better than LangChain, and they can prove their concept with a data center. That means the hundreds or thousands of users of the data center, they're not proving it to all those people one at a time. They just proved it once to TELUS, and then other big companies are going to say the same thing. We need this for our data centers. And William, I will be listening to a guy talk about there won't be a crash in 26 because we have had 3 bear markets in the last 5 years. Something to think about. We haven't had a crash like what's coming. We haven't had a crash. I actually think when it crashes, which could be delayed, there'll be so much energy that the cure of that crash could be rather quick, like 9 months, 15 months, so that the markets come back somewhat. They'll never go back to that high. But then after that, I think it could get quite discouraging for most people. But that's where I think the place to be will be in mining, um, oil and gas, probably industrial, things you know about. And I bet it'll be AI. I bet it'll be AI. but it's going to be, it's probably not going to be so much of a heavily financial world. Who knows? Who knows? And William, I was listening to a guy talk about he doesn't think there will be a crash in 26. He talked about, yeah. The one guy that I mean, he met my belief, which I've held for quite some time, that we're going to have this blow off rally to the upside in the market. I think he was the one that was wrong about a crash in the markets. I mean, a pullback like 3 years ago, 2 years ago. I'd have to look up if I kept notes back then, if I still have them. But the market looked really like it. In other words, I think he's been on the same message for a while. But anyway, if you read, and there's a couple of books, maybe that's one of them, about the Weimar Republic. That's what happened, and I think that's what's going to happen in our case. But it's going to be different because we are the world's reserve currency. So it's not going to be exactly what happened to Germany. And therefore, the trying to call a crash this year might be premature. All I know is if we go up 20, 30, 40% in the indices this year, we got to start buying puts. Joe Marty, the powers might be sinister enough to plan it for 28, 29, 100 years after the 29 crash. Well, they may be planning it or not, I've noticed, which is interesting, you did too just now, I've noticed that everything seems to be matching almost exactly 100 years ago, including war, including the stupidity of getting into war. And, maybe Trump is going to be Hoover. Because if you read about Hoover, he wasn't all wrong, but he got blamed for Hoovervilles. I hope that doesn't happen to Trump. I hope it doesn't happen to him. But it's interesting, Marty Party, how closely everything is resembling 100 years ago, and I think that's a good pattern to stay aware of. I really do. So one of those is the market kept going up and up and up. It crashed, and people just lost everything. But there were stories like Joe Kennedy, like Jesse Livermore. They were short the market, and when everything else lost, they made money. And one way we can do that is buy puts when it's higher. But it can stay higher longer than we anticipate. Anyway, when the market came down, it rallied back in, oh gosh, was it 30 or 31? Or was it 33? I think it was like 31. Anyway, the market had a very nice rally back up. Just didn't go back to those highs. And then what I'm worried about is it sold down. People in the market still made money, but most people stayed out of the market for 2 decades. So that's just something. I do have your contact info, G Diddy, and I'm not going to close it. It's just that, well, I'll be blunt. My Verizon is probably going to run out this any day now, and then my phone will probably run out next week. And I'm scrambling to get both, keep both up and running. But if I lose them, I lose them, and that's just how it is. I won't lose them more than a week or two, I don't think, but I'll do my best. I'm not going to close the channel. I just may not go live every day. G Diddy, I was hoping so much that the stock would already be up so that all of us could be doing something different. Because this, not Railtown, but all these other stocks in this milieu, it's Loserville. And I hate being in Loserville. Railtown isn't Loserville. But this other shite, I don't like it. Justin, if we got a notice for a shareholder vote to sell out, you can go live. We can talk about it. Yes, exactly. I also, Justin, if there's a vote, and I think I might try to put it in a text, but the key is, Justin, if Microsoft came to Corey and said, we want to buy the company for $300 million, which is so low, it's almost laughable. What I would hope Corey wouldn't do is say that the company won't take any other offers while shareholders vote. I would hope he'd say, well, we'll consider it, but we're still talking to other people and we'll accept other offers. Because if that happens, I think there'll be a bidding war, and the bidding war will take care of all your concerns, Justin. I do not think Amazon, well, I don't know about Amazon, but I don't think TELUS would allow Microsoft to buy the company for $300 million. And if NVIDIA is getting any feedback on the traffic at the Who's Your Moose data center, I don't think NVIDIA would allow Microsoft to buy the company for $1 billion or $2 billion. So as long as he doesn't sign, I don't know what the word is, sort of an exclusive offer, that's not the word. So if Microsoft came in with an offer and said, this is good for 5 days or 10 days, as long as you don't show it to anyone else, and as long as you don't consider any other offers, I would hope he wouldn't do that, because then I think there'll be a bidding war. I do think there'll be a bidding war. All right, I left this jerk off. Let's just see what else he said. Your predictions were correct, maybe were correct, but you got urgent too early on. I agree with that. I got urgent too early on. Tony was patient and didn't get on YouTube blaming and screaming at everyone. That's all. Well, I'm not trying to blame anyone. I really am not. If I have, that's a weakness on my part. It's my fault. I take full um, uh, blame for being wrong. I don't blame anyone else. I don't agree with you on your assessment of Tony. He came out against it. He didn't do any due diligence. And then he still milk toast on the story. So all you're saying is I was urgent too soon and therefore Tony was correct. Well, it doesn't take balls to always be cautious and be mediocre. It takes balls to try to predict something. And I agree with you. I was wrong. And screaming at everyone, I'm sorry if I come across like I'm screaming at everyone. It's mostly frustration with myself. But I do get upset at the criminals, and they're everywhere. And it's frustrating. People don't see it. Call Tony a short or whatever. He was right. What was he right about? What was he right about? I mean, it's interesting, bullish whisper, that people think they can call the bottom in a stock. But it's also interesting. Do you think we could have purchased 17 million shares in the last 2 weeks? Do you think we would do it? Do you think we'd have the money, or would the money be over in G bucks? I think you're. I don't think you're correct. I don't think Tony was right. I think I was wrong. I think that's true. I don't think Tony was right, but whatever. Uh, Also, it's really easy to look back and say, oh, yeah, closing the AIP deal was going to take forever because Dr. Tom Coore has never run anything bigger than an office and a secretary before. But we didn't know that at the time. Or you say, oh, yeah, um, of course Telus was going to take till the end of the year and longer before they finish their announcement, if that's the holdup. But that's so easy to say in retrospect. I think it's a huge risk to not be in the stock. And you'll notice, bullish, that Tony is long the stock, and it's got to be from higher prices. So I don't know that if you spent less time yelling and bickering, well, I'm not trying to bicker. I do raise my voice and put that energy towards better DD. Thank you, bullish. Thank you. I'll try to do better DD. You might make better predictions going forward. Thank you. Thank you. I've taken your advice. I'm sorry, more than you know. I'm sorry you didn't get a chance to comment earlier. Ward Richardson, NVIDIA Bing, exact. That was bingo. Yeah, NVIDIA bingo, exactly. I think there's going to be a lot of, for Pete's sake, sorry, Pete, but for Pete's sake, I don't want to say that it's going to change night and day just because it's 2026. But I think slowly momentum is going to gather. It might take all of January before people get excited. But I doubt it. And it's easy for the whispering critic to look back and say, well, obviously You should have waited. But I don't think people realize the risk you're taking. In my judgment, of course, I've been wrong, by not being in, because it can change on a dime. All you need is for TELUS to announce, we've gone live, and we've already brought in revenue ahead of schedule, and we're proud to partner with Railtown, and we're going to go be the lead band on Katy Perry's next concert tour around the world, or whatever the hell. And the stock goes to $3. But it's easy looking back and saying, oh, he was right. But I would be careful using that as a prediction of what's coming in the first quarter of next year. Anyway, I'm going to wish everybody a happy new year, and I don't think I'm going to do anything tomorrow. I don't know about Friday either. So I guess we'll see each other when we do. Justin, NVIDIA likes to take a stake in complementary tech companies, and the market talks about it when they do. I agree. That's a good observation, Justin. It's a very good observation. You've got Amazon, I guess Facebook, Meta, Google, and Microsoft all in the lead in this kind of space. You also have NVIDIA, and I guess Alphabet's different than Google. And they all want to keep ahead. So a lot of the demand for Railtown and a lot of the backing probably will be duplicative. I mean, they may put money in Line Chain, Spain Chain, Alice Sin chains. But what do we care? As long as they come and put it in us. So anyway, I'm going to wish you a happy new year. And next time I talk to you will be next year. I'm not sure when that'll be. I may. I don't know. It might be next Monday, though, before I come on again. But I don't know. I'm not going to limit myself to that. Thanks for listening. And bon, how do you say Happy New Year in Spanish? I don't know. Happy New Year. Bon Natale? That's not it.